What up, Yeti? How you doing? Goddess of cannibalism. Also, let Discord know you're live. I will. I'm just waiting for the ads to finish running. There's still a minute and a half on the ads, and then once they're done, I'll drop the Discord notif. Thanks for the heads up, though. Sup, you delicious bitch. Did you change your color? Do you even have like a set color, or do you just switch colors? I can't tell. Also, how you doing, dog? I am gonna add another scene to this. I don't like the transition between like this, where is it? This like second shot here. I don't like the transition between this shot here and this shot. I think I think I need an intermediary shot between the two to sort of hook these up. I don't have a set color. I think it just changes all the time. Ah, okay. That's probably true. How's it going? What up, Sid? How you doing? A god of trauma dumping. Okay, now I gotta reorganize this to fit a new scene in here. I think what I'm gonna do for now is I'm just going to get rid of. I'm gonna lock it first of all. I'm gonna lock all the shots I've done so far on this one scene, including the background, which is already locked. And I'm just gonna make them invisible, so they're not distracting. No shit. I wonder how it looks like with just the clean. I haven't actually played it through with that. Okay, looks fine. I really want to change the face. I don't really like the face on the clean, but whatever. We'll get to that later. So many things I want to change, but I like the barbecue sauce on the on my titties title. Huh? What? Oh shit. Okay, Nightbot. Ah, gotcha. I thought you just said that out of nowhere. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Goddess of barbecue sauce on my titties. I don't know why Boba adds just the most insane ones. I feel like he switches them up all the time because they're always new. It's like his own little personal bit. I don't know. I think it's funny, I guess. Okay. I think my ads are done. Let me just check. Okay, they're done. Let me drop the Discord notification. Okay, now let's clear some space. How you guys doing today? Prie-moi, le pire c'est toi et moi. Okay, let's get rid of this. That's not the one that I want to get rid of. This is the clean folder. Okay. Yesterday I had pretty good progress on my drawing. Hell yeah, dude. Pretty good. I'm still working on my character turnarounds, trying to be patient, but feeling the need to hurry up. Well, what's the rush? I guess is the question, right? Like I think about things and like I've been working on this thing for a while, and the temptation is there to just phone it in and start cutting corners and stuff. But I feel like I've been at it for so long that it's like I might as well just give it the respect it deserves, even if it takes twice the time it's taken so far. Like even if it takes me like 3 months to get this thing done, I think it'll be like a very nice piece, and so it's worth committing. So just treat your art the same. Your art deserves the time, and you'll speed up eventually. Maybe I don't know. I've been drawing for a while, and I'm still slow as shit. So who knows? I haven't really practiced trying to be quick though. Okay, I want to add a new scene. That's what I wanted to do. I also want to take, fuck, I want to take this scene, which is that. I want to take this scene, which is that, this scene, which is that, that. Actually, I don't need to move the copy or the original. Take that, and that. Boop. What up, Coco? That was very furry coded of you to say. You booping me, dude. I've heard boop is an initiator for furry roleplay. Can anyone confirm, chat? Somebody, one of my friends, one of my close friends, who has in-depth knowledge of the furry community, told me that when people say boop to you, they're trying to initiate roleplay, and it's happened to me before, and I've been oblivious. I feel like the hot girl who gets hit on but just doesn't notice. She thinks you're like my best friend or whatever. What? See, knowledge to me too. I mean, I could be just making it up, but I should just start doing that, dude. I should just become just start saying I'm a legitimate like hardcore furry and just start making up furry lore. Just fucking just creating false myths about about our culture. I say our culture because I'm obviously a furry. Yeah, we only pee on like organic like plants. It's just more. It feels more natural, you know. That is unironically something I would do if it were more like socially acceptable, you know. Pissing on trees just has a different feel, dude. I can't really have a tree in my apartment, so it's probably not realistic, but I would do it if I could. All right, anyways, enough talking about piss. Let me unlock these bitches. Let me just clear some space on the timeline here. Fuck, I have so much shit open. I gotta move basically all of these minus the head there. I don't need that one. I don't need these. Holy fucking layers, dude. All right. I think it's just these. I don't even know if I could just like select folders and move things over on the timeline. I don't think that's how that works. Fuck, it doesn't. Okay. I gotta like actually select this. Apply transformation. No, fuck off. No. Let's just move it to like here. That's probably enough space. I think it's the fact that AI is a growing factor in the industry, and if I'm not able to develop a minimum skill level soon, then I don't think I'll be able to break in like it would have said 5 years ago. I mean, the reality is, Jadu, if that's the case, if that's the mentality you want to like, dwell on, and I don't think you are, because obviously you're still working at your shit. So I think you've got the sort of the fortitude to overcome that doomerism. But I think the reality is, if it's moving that fast, then like people even at the high skill levels are going to be fucked anyways. So you might as well try because we're all going to be in the same boat in like a decade. So I can confirm that's why I did it. Uh huh. You little freak. Good morning. What up, Ziv? How you doing? The chemicals can ride up the piss current, giving you microplastic intoxication. It's osmosis. Look it up. That's why I only piss on organic plants and my organic fruits. Does that happen when you piss in a dirty body of water? I don't know. I don't know. I actually asked one of my buddies once if they would eat fruits that I grew that were exclusively grown with my piss, and they were disgusted by the idea. I'm like, look, it's like the plant is like a natural filter, dude. It's not gonna have like piss flavoring. If anything, it's gonna be like a more delicious plant because of all the nutrients that I'm delivering it. I feel like my piss is probably valuable to plants. A nice little piss, a little snack piss tomato. Mm-mm-mm. I don't think the plant can grow when you water it only with piss. I don't think that's true. I think you straight up can. I think it can. Can you also poop some of your poop in there? I could. I'm good. What about you? I'm good, dude. Except for the daunting fact that I'm probably gonna add a new scene here, just because I think it needs a better hookup towards the last scene. So we're gonna just add it now. I'm just gonna break it up into twos. I don't know if I actually want it in twos. I might end up doing it in like threes or fours, but for now we're just gonna start with twos. I have an idea of what I want to do. Execution's gonna be tough. I don't have any reference for this, so I'm just gonna kind of have to wing it. But essentially, what I want is I want the cliff, like the top down view of the cliff, or top bottom up view of the cliff, and the cliff is gonna basically move off of frame, and then there's gonna be like the character is gonna be like up here, and he's gonna slowly fall towards the camera from a top down view, which seems fucking crazy, but this is my idea, so we're gonna try that. I was joking. It is important that I know that you understand that. Aw, you trying to impress Sid? Cute, dude. Also, hi Sid. Hi Boba. Jolly good seeing some familiar usernames. The Returners. The best of the best. Okay, should I just do the background on the same layer? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I gotta do it on another one. More folders. Here we go. And I think this, I'm just gonna put it on ones. Okay, let's. Something like that, I think. And then maybe another cliff here. It's just like a rock formation, you know? And then I'm trying to think of how fast it would move off frame. Probably pretty fucking fast. I'm gonna make it accelerate. I really don't know. I'm just gonna try some shit. We'll just try some shit and see what feels right. I'm just trying to think of the composition here. Now, if it's going this way, it's not really gonna change the angle on that there, but it will do something like that. And then we're gonna make it pick up speed a little bit. Just a wee bit. I want it to pivot from a certain point. I'm trying to think right now. Hmm. Do I want it to pivot? If he's falling towards the camera, what would be happening in the perspective? This is hurting my brain to think about, but I'm trying to wrap my head around how I want this to move off a frame. Hmm. I really should look up reference for this. I don't like looking up reference when I'm live though. It's too boring. It's just silence while I browse like YouTube videos in this case. Fuck it. We're just gonna do something. This actually does need to go down. I was thinking about the parasite thing where thingy swimming up into the urine into the urethra, but I think that's a myth. I don't know. You the science guy, so I tend to just believe you. That's definitely not a myth, dude. There are dickfish that exist out there, fellas. Be warned, okay? There are dickfish. I don't think they're like in like fucking. I don't think there's any in like Canada. It's probably like some fucking weird Amazonian jungle type place or whatever. Yeah, we're gonna actually have it pivot from here. Change my mind. And then it's gonna basically stick here. What are you trying to say, Boba? Nani? So he also put some poop in the soil along with his piss. There you go. Now you're thinking, dude. This is a man speaking with experience, I'm sure. You got a green thumb, or I guess a brown thumb in this case. Poop's probably just a good nutrition for plants, but piss just kills plants. I don't think that's true, Sid. I think piss is actually good for plants. I'm not joking. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess when like dogs piss in the same spot, like the grass dies. So maybe you're right. But that's like my scientific analysis. Is piss good for plants? Google. Yes, human urine is good for many plants when used correctly as a free nutrient-rich fertilizer. It contains essential nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Interesting. Well, the Google AI bot says that fucking piss is fine for plants, so I rest my case. I guess it would depend on what you're consuming, probably. Just consuming poison all day. I'm kind of making this rotate here. I don't know if this is like gonna do anything. Dude, I haven't heard the song in so fucking long. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have it sort of slow down here. This is all random. I feel like it'll just feel good. And then this I think is gonna accelerate. We need it to accelerate. Yeah, we're gonna accelerate here, and then the next 2 frames are basically gonna end it. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh shit, I don't need to play the whole thing through. Just the BG. I don't like that. I don't like the pivot point. That's sort of the issue. I think we're just gonna have it like evenly move off of scene, just like organically. I think it's too much right now. There's like too much weirdness. And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually have it be a little tighter. Which means I need this to be a little bit more accurate. And no pivot points. Just literally moving linearly with even spacing the whole way through. Reminds me of that one fish that likes hiding in sea cucumber butts. I'm sorry, what? See, it's fine that I pissed in my friend's plant pot. She didn't need to get mad at me. Yeah, you should have told her you were doing her a favor, dude. Okay. Just a bit tighter here. A little bit of acceleration here. Let's see, what's the spacing? Even, even, even. Keep it a little bit more even here. Just a little faster, though. Then here we're going to start accelerating it. Not tight, too tight there. I don't want it to pivot. Okay, accelerate. Accelerate. And off screen. Yes, I think that feels nicer. The structure of the rock kind of like morphs a little bit, so I don't know if I like that too much, but I also think it should hold a little longer before. Because what I want to do is I want to have the character sort of hold in this position. So I'm probably going to have him on 3s or 4s. That's my plan, anyways. Just so that he reads, and then he's going to zoom, accelerate through the camera. But the whole point of making the fast feel fast is to have a slow that contrasts it for readability. It'll just feel better. God damn, dude, this cough is still like lingering. It's crazy. All right, let me tighten this up a little bit. This could be a little tighter. I need to be a little bit more consistent on my shapes. I feel like I got a little bit of warping. Okay, let's. How tight is this? It's pretty tight. I think I want this one just. I actually want it a little bit tighter. I really want it to just feel like it's like basically a static hold. Okay, and this how's this looking? Shape integrity is a little fucked up on this one, so we're gonna redo that. Okay. We could just move this up. Yeah, see how it warps? That's no bueno. We don't want that. I really want these shapes to be perfect. We are going to start accelerating it here just a little bit. Damn, I went down the pissing on plants rabbit hole. What's the conclusion? Can you piss on plants? Can you exclusively feed your friends piss-based tomatoes? That's all I need to know. Yo, yo, Maestro Mouse, what up, Baz? How you doing, big dog? I seen your Twitter posts. Very nice. Apparently, urine contains a lot of nutrients good for plants, but if you don't dilute your piss before giving it to plants, it'll kill them. How do you dilute your piss? Like, do you have to drink like a shit ton of water? Is that it? Is it basically what you need to do is have like clear piss over like dark brown piss or whatever? No, piss is very concentrated, so you need to mix it with water after pissing it out. Oh my god. I wonder how much an e-girl piss-grown tomato could sell for. The real questions. I should be a marketer for Belle Delphine, you know? Belle, we've got a market here for untapped fruit market. Because the thing is, fruits have actual value, you know? It's not like you're just selling bath water. The thing is, there's probably some sort of regulation around using piss for edible foods. Like, I feel like when it comes to food, there's like FDA shit. So I don't know how much you could actually like do that without getting in like big trouble. It's not tight enough there. Poop grown carrots. Oh, sounds nice. Mm-mm-mm. Speaking of, I should go get a little carrot. I'll be RB. Mm-mm-mm. Love me some carrots, dude. I'm trying to publish regularly on X, but I can't beat the algorithm and only get 10 views. I don't even bother, dude. I feel like I get like so little traction on social media. It's like very discouraging. It makes me not want to put my shit out there. It does like kind of also make me realize that the reason I put shit out there is for internet validation, which is also sad. It's not really a thing I want to get too like attached to, but it would be nice. Just give up. Yeah. I mean, look, you can keep going. If you're doing it consistently, I think the X algorithm really does reward consistent like posting. I just don't have time to post like fucking 5 times a day or whatever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, how's this going? It still kind of shrinks. It's not good. It means I gotta check my volumes a little bit better, but I also think it should be faster on the acceleration. Yeah, it keeps shrinking. I'm just gonna leave it for now. It does shrink though. We don't want that. Or do we actually? As it falls farther away, maybe it'll get smaller. I'm trying to think. I also wonder if it would like arc up. Yes, have you ever dyed your hair, Snack? No, never in my life actually. I wanted orange hair when I was 6, but beyond that, I've never had the thought cross my mind. Need to be proactive and interact with other people or have a niche with art can discover the art through. Hashtags are useless now. Yeah. Back in the day, you could just post art and it would do well. Okay. I'm gonna see what happens if I make it arc. Oops. Like arc up. So instead of doing that, it's gonna do that. It's gonna go up. And I think realistically, if you're falling, you're gonna end up seeing more of the cliff, not less. So I should probably, probably have it go up. It is gonna get smaller though. Now you gotta edit short form video for the algorithm to show your art. It's just so much effort to make reels, dude. I just have no interest in doing it. I did the one, and it took me like 5 hours to edit just that because I have no idea what I'm doing. Granted, it'll probably be faster the next time, but man, I just don't. I don't know when to squeeze that shit into my life, and I just don't know that I really want to. Get an assistant. Yeah, I mean, look, it'd be nice, but I also don't want to pay somebody to just like do like edits for me. I get like the only way I would consider paying an assistant to do reels for me and clips and shit is if it were like fully automated. Like I didn't need to script, I didn't need to do anything. They would just like sit in my chat and fucking clip me. But I have to get an intern. Yeah, we call those slaves. Also, Canada intern laws are a little weird. If they add value to your company and like make it so that you can make money, You have to pay them. So I can't do illegal. I can't do like American style free interns in Canada. The way it works in Canada is if like let's say you intern at a studio, okay, and they only give you scenes that are never going to be on TV and are never going to be used in any production, then they don't need to pay you, okay? Because then you're not creating value for the company. But if you work on a scene, even like a fraction of a second that ends up on TV, they have to pay you. So internships in Canada are a little different. Just get an Asian sweatshop. You can pay them above their reasonable rate and still not lose money. I will say I have been looking into editors, and there are some really strong editors in like more impoverished countries that charge dirt cheap, and it's like very tempting. So you're kind of not wrong, Jadu. And the thing is, it wouldn't even feel that bad because like let's say I pay like for like let's say I pay like $150, okay, for like a 10 minute, 15 minute video or whatever. $150 goes a long way in like other countries, compared to like Canada or the US. To me, the commenting's about networking on Blue Sky. There's a lot of art shares, and you can find mutuals to get interaction this way, interacting with others' content, so they interact with yours. Yeah, but it's also like a fucking part-time job, dude. I just like even Twitch networking. Like lately, I've been just rating mostly people I know, because it's just like I feel like the more people I follow and the more people I sort of like interact with, the more like every individual interaction just feels less valuable to me. Whereas when I was a smaller streamer, it was a lot easier to sort of like well, smaller, so I'm still a small streamer. But I mean, like when I had fewer people that I was following, it was much easier to feel like every individual connection I made had more value. Not more value, but just like was it was easier to sort of integrate myself into communities. Whereas now it doesn't feel that way. Now it feels like, man, I gotta do this shit in my spare time. Like I don't know, it's just this is probably not gonna look the way I want it to. Yeah, it looks a little weird. I don't think anyone needs Blue Sky. There was a lot of hype for a few days, and then everyone forgot about Blue Sky, just like Kara. I think actually people do use Blue Sky pretty regularly. Kara, I do feel is like dead though. I mean, the thing is, the issue is, I perceive Kara as dead because I don't use it, but it might not be dead. I feel like to me, Threads should be basically bankrupt. Okay, but apparently a lot of people use Threads. I don't know if it's because it just like auto makes an account for you on Threads when you have one on like Facebook or something, but I don't know. I've never actually seen anybody interact like anyone that I know interact with Threads, but it seems to be a thing. So I don't really. Social media is weird. I don't know. Everyone, I have important news. The Americans have declared their independence from England. This guy living like 2 centuries behind again. It's very sad. The short videos that work are usually not about the artwork itself. For a lot of peeps, it is art. It is art, but a medium to tell a story. I don't think it's unnatural. I think the art niche too, or some of the art things I see pick up traction are one of two things. One of them is like basically people like pitying people, like being like, "Pity me, dude! Like, why can't my art get fucking views?" And then all the comments are just people like hating on them, be like, "Fuck you! Stop being a little whiny e-bagger," And then the other one is just like hot babes posting next to their art. No offense to some of these hot babes, but their art is kind of like all right sometimes. But because they're fucking smoke shows, their shit just like blows up. Should have been a babe, dude. I should have been a babe. God damn it. Speaking of babes, I'm gonna go fill up my coffee mug. Caffeine is my babe. I hate the pity fishing art trend so much. Yeah, same, dude. Like whenever people are like, I can't even remember what the fucking thing was, but it was like a thing where it's like, sharing my art until I feel like I get the validation I deserve or some shit like that. The hot girl thing, I get it. That's just sort of like the bread and butter of the internet. That doesn't really make me mad too much. It is a little frustrating, I think, when like the whole point of like them like doing it is to promote their art, but it ends up just promoting their looks, which is like it doesn't make me feel like anger towards them. It makes me feel kind of bad for them because I feel like it sort of sets them up for, the validation that they don't necessarily want. I do think there's like a double-edged sword there for women online, especially in the art community, where it's like if you're posting your art but you're an attractive girl, like are people following you for your art or are they following you because you're an attractive girl? You know what I mean? And I feel like the latter would make me feel I personally probably wouldn't give a shit because I'm a narcissistic dickhead, but like I think if your goal is to really like grow your art, that is probably not the greatest feeling in the world. But Snack, bold of you to assume that if you're a babe, you'll be hot. I've done those filters, dude, where you flip your face and you make yourself look like a girl. I'm a little rocket, dude. I'm telling you. I'm a freaking babe. I'd hit me. I'd crack me, as the kids are saying. It shouldn't make anyone mad. It's not that it makes me mad. It's that it makes me frustrated that I don't have that avenue, I guess. No, it doesn't. Because I don't think I'd want to exploit that. I don't know. I think it's maybe it's jealousy, I guess. Maybe there is jealousy where you see somebody who succeeds in life based on their looks rather than their actual like ability. Do a jiggle, do whatever. I think that's it. It's probably just jealousy to like see somebody succeed based off of a lack of merit and just sort of like pure luck of the draw. Because the thing is, it's like you could be born attractive, you could be born unattractive, and it's like just like statistical truth that if you're born attractive, you just like do way better in life. It's just the way of the world. Honestly, like pretty privilege, and I mean this for both men and women, is like kind of like a very unspoken about thing. Uh, it's always been sort of an unspoken thing. Like I think in the world, like people talk about class, like class demographics and stuff, but there's like some statistics on like the S&P top 500 companies or something, and I think like over like 50% of their CEOs are over 6'3", and it's like I think guys who are 6'3" are like less than like 2% of the like male like human population. So it's like a clear bias. There's like a lot of weird shit like that where it's like if you're more attractive, you're more likely to get hired too, and like that's interesting because I'm always kind of jealous of men. If for what? It's not that okay. I don't know. The thing is, it's not that I'm jealous because I don't know that I. It's a weird emotion. It's not that maybe it is jealousy. I'm trying to like understand the emotion. It's basically like I see. Let's say I see a person whose art is kind of not great. Okay, but they're incredibly attractive and they get a bunch of like validation on the internet. It's less jealousy. Like I'm not mad for them. I'm not like I want that for myself because I don't. I would rather be skilled and unknown than like attractive with validation and like unskilled, if that makes sense. You know, but it is like it's a frustration with I think the system essentially where I think and it's just a consequence of like human biology, right? We're gonna value like the sort of like sex aspect of things more, but I think that's the frustration is that even in domains where you would think people would sort of value things a little bit differently, like art communities, you still get the same sort of outcome. And that's the frustration, I think. It's not that I'm mad at any individual creator. It's that it is annoying that there are just like that's just sort of it still always defaults to the most like dumb thing ever. I don't know. Just horny, Horny equal growth. Snack saying that while having massive melons. Allegedly. They could be balls too. We don't know. That's the thing. I don't really feel jealous. I just feel like I want to develop a skill that overcomes the meaningless lust that drives their popularity. Or I want to draw nice titties that would let me harness that lust myself. Yeah, I guess you could do that too. Like, I guess I could just draw horny stuff all the time, you know? It's just not an interest of mine, I guess. Hello, what up, Shisha? How you doing? We're having a little deep conversation on the value of looks and popularity on social media, as we do. If I'm looking at you for having lust, I'm not there for what you're doing. It's not the same thing. They're there for art. They are there for alternative reasons, which isn't the same thing. So what you're saying is like even if the looks are basically the looks are a bonus, right? So they're like an XP modifier where if you wouldn't have succeeded on art alone, looks are enough to just sort of boost you, and people are still technically there for your art, but they're not exclusively there for your art, is what you're saying, right? So it's like a multifaceted like promotional thing, if I understand what you're saying. Coco says, I'm kind of jealous of girls getting to express their prettiness with being called gay. Of course, I also get the pretty pressures and whatnot. Pretty pressure to me, it feels like kind of like rich guy problems where it's like, would you rather have a bunch of problems in life and be attractive, or would you rather have a bunch of problems in life and be ugly? Like, it's like the rich thing to me, where it's like, would you rather be fucking depressed and miserable but rich, or depressed and miserable but poor? It's like, I wonder. That's sort of how I see like the whole pretty problem thing. It's like, look, yeah, it probably sucks to doubt whether people are there like to be your friend because you're fucking attractive, or whether they actually give a fuck about you. And there like a whole bunch of other things, and the pressures of being attractive and all that shit. But it's like, would you rather have those pressures in life, or literally just like the pressure of never being able to find someone, always feeling lonely? Like, you know what I mean? Like there's always like a flip to that. And I feel like I would always take the option of being more attractive with problems than fucking unattractive with problems. With the same problems, I should say, or rich with the same problems versus poor with the same problems. The thing is, I think more broadly about how to appeal to humans, I think sex is an easy one to aim for because everyone kind of has this base urge to reproduce, but I think the emotional resonance can happen with a lot of things. It's just more difficult with other emotions than with horny. Yeah, horny is just kind of like it's it's kind of like the crack of just fucking base human instinct. You know what I mean? If you want to tap into any instinct, there are some that are like very easy to tap into. Horny is one. Another one is anger and sort of like fear. I think are other ones, but I don't know that they're like they're as easy to exploit as horny. And I think there's like other ethical things with like anger and fear that you don't necessarily want to exploit if you're an individual content creator. Like you don't want to have I don't want to be like a lol cow, you know? Like I don't want people watching me because they hate me, you know what I mean? Like I would rather like I don't know, I guess it depends on what you want, but I guess I would probably rather be a boob tuber or like a fucking well, I guess I technically am, but I mean, I would rather be somebody that like promotes sex than somebody who promotes fear and like anger, because that also captivates. But I agree, it's kind of sad if people only see this person's looks and not their talent, but I guess that happens to attract people a lot. Yeah, it's true. Yes, which is a different market that no one should compare themselves to. It's like when a meme song takes off by someone who doesn't care about music. It's a nexus of interest. Yeah. What I find so funny is that there's been times where I've been approached with that same treatment of this person's attractive, so I'm going to be really nice to them. It's always made me deeply uncomfortable. I think this might be an internal thing. It might be because I'm going to be honest. Like I used to be a bigger dude. Like when I was younger, I was like a lot bigger, and then I got fairly fit and during the pandemic I got fairly fit, and people didn't see me for a while because of the pandemic, and having that absence of social interaction and then coming back being more attractive and just like noticing the actual difference of the way people treat you. I would much rather like get the treatment of being more attractive and having people want to include you more and just sort of be more flirtatious, even if it's not necessarily like something you're interested in. Like even if you're not attracted to the person, having people pine over you is still like a nice feeling in a weird way. Now, if it's excessive and inappropriate and stuff like that, they could be really uncomfortable. But I think as a guy, I don't really feel that pressure as much, and I guess I shouldn't generalize because I do think there are guys that feel that. But in my case, I feel like I'm assertive enough to just shut that down pretty quickly, But I don't know, and I'm not particularly attractive. I'm like a fairly average looking dude. I'm not gonna fucking make people vomit or anything when they see me, but people aren't gonna fucking snap their neck to like get a glimpse. I'd rather be rich and depressed versus poor and depressed. That's what I'm saying, you know. And it's the same thing with attractive. I would rather be attractive with a bunch of insecurities than poor with a bunch of insecurities, essentially, or ugly with a bunch of insecurities. I would rather have insecurities around being attractive than insecurities around being ugly. You know, I feel like once I don't know, like if I had to pick a path, that's sort of how I feel, and I feel like the benefits are just they outweigh the cons. But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I would hate it. Honestly, if I could max out any skill in myself, it would be charisma. I want the same level of charisma that makes Zoran Mamdani go from being called a terrorist socialist to being Trump's new favorite guy from one conversation. That's risen on a whole nother level. I think Trump is just kind of like an evil dog that can like very easily be manipulated into liking you if you like give him treats in some sort of like social way. I really don't think Trump is that dynamic or like complex or like deep. Anyways, I don't want to like pivot into talking about politics while we're on this topic, but I just don't think like I don't think it's as deep as like people think it is. I think he just kind of likes him because he's from New York. What about cute, wholesome kitties and ducks? Yeah, those work too. That's another like that's another one to tap into. Cute stuff. Cute works well. I think it's valid to feel uncomfortable because that is a fucked up thing that happens a lot. Fair. I wish the whole internet was like that. I'm not following. I don't know. I think what she's saying is basically like she's replying to Jadu, who says he doesn't necessarily like the extra attention of like being attractive. It makes him a little uncomfortable because Jadu's a fucking stud, dude. That's the thing. I think empathy that makes me feel. I think it's my empathy that makes me feel uncomfortable because I remember being the person pining after someone and not being wanted in return. So when someone I don't like is really into me, I don't want to shoot them down. Yeah, yeah, I've definitely felt that pressure where it's like you're in a situation where somebody's very interested in you and you don't want it, and like you gotta also maintain the relationship because maybe you work with them or something like there's like a weird awkwardness. I definitely had a girl that I worked with that would say like insane shit to me. That like if I said that, I would be like in an HR meeting so fucking fast, dude. And it was always very uncomfortable, but I would just kind of like try and dismiss it and just go and do other stuff or talk or include other people to like keep her away from me, I guess. She ended up changing jobs, so it never became an issue, but it was definitely like a thing where every time she was around, it was like, fuck, dude, I'm about to get like sexually harassed. I do feel like women tend to be more tolerated when they cross lines because they don't want to come across as gay or whatever. Yeah, I also think the physical dynamic is just different, right? Like this girl like sexually harassing me doesn't have the same like subtext of like physical threat that like me harassing a 100-pound woman would do, right? You know what I mean? Like I'm like sometimes in some cases I'm literally like twice the weight of like an average woman. And so it could be like scary. So that because of that subtext, like me sexually harassing a woman versus a woman sexually harassing me, there's just not an equivalent amount of threat there. And I think that's why society tends to be a little bit lighter on women who do like the same actions towards men. It's just because, and I think that's why men tend to get it a little harder when it comes to sort of speaking out about their experiences with like sexual harassment. Well, I should say harder because women actually do get fucking dragged through the mud. But I think like men will sometimes get laughed at a little bit more, is what I should say, than women. Um, because of that. I think a lot of people have that instinct of being like, well, you're a dude, what are you gay? Just have sex with the woman. What are you doing? But sometimes you're just not feeling it. But that sounds like a nightmare, the sexual harassment of both women and men. Right now, I'm in a situation where I don't know if I want to be in a relationship, but I can tell some of my fuck friends do see me that way. I don't know. I'm just worried about making another 5 year dead end. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a scary cat right now. Maybe. Just ask yourself what you want, dude. Are you happy alone? Are you not? Like what are the things that you value in your life, and then just sort of fucking make your decisions based off of that. You can always like pick up later, unless you want kids and you're on like some sort of like biological timeline or some shit. Then maybe yeah, you got to take that shit a little bit more serious. But I don't personally want kids. If you don't want kids, then fucking do whatever you want. They get laughed at because of the world they created. Yeah, the thing is, I wonder how much of that could even be changed, like socially. Like, I think we could tolerate it a little bit more, and we could be a little bit more open towards men and women, like discussing their problems and all that shit. But I do wonder how much of that is just like innately human to not really like, because a lot of us like we just evolved through like threat detection and like basic survival with like that's why we're not built for like the world of like email stress and fucking like there's a lot of like subtle stress that we experience the same way that we would ancestrally as like a fucking tiger attacking us. But because it's not that threatening and it's always present, it just grinds away at your soul like slowly over time. It's always just sort of like subtly there with all these stimulus that we're not used to. Like modern society is like weird in that sense. And I wonder how much of that can actually be changed without actually like evolving away from sort of the human biology that we have now. Like I feel like the sort of not taking men seriously on sexual harassment issues is always going to sort of be a thing. It might be improved. I think you can improve things, but I don't think you could ever really get rid of it, you know? I find that quite vexing. I don't know if I could tell. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm quite an earnest person. I would like it if someone was just straight up with me. But I find that women have a weird hesitancy that prevents them from being fully honest because of the broad scope of men being straight up threat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's for sure. Like I've definitely had scenarios where I've hit on women, okay, and they've rejected me, and then I've just been totally chill afterwards. And they've told me they were like, "Yeah, I thought you were going to like freak out and never want to talk to me again or ever be my friend." Because apparently that's just like a common thing that happens. Dudes just sort of get like super distant and they don't want to like be friends with that person anymore, and they just like they can't see them as anything other than like a romantic interest. And I get it from both perspectives, right? Because I've been there as a dude. And sometimes if you're very emotionally attached to a woman, like even if you're their friend, if you are like in love with that person, and then that sort of like potential of being a romantic partner gets severed, it's very difficult as a guy to maintain that friendship. Now, can you stop yourself from being reactive? Yeah, you can. I think like it's a sign of emotional maturity. I don't know that I've always been able to do that. When I was younger, I was probably a little bit more reactive to being rejected, not in like an aggressive way or anything like that, but just I would probably distance myself from like people just because it would make the emotions easier to cope with. As I've gotten older, though, you sort of like you kind of just roll with the punches. It doesn't really bother me that much anymore, and so I can have that emotional maturity that I just didn't have when I was like a teenager, let's say, and just not as experienced with like handling rejection. But yeah, I know tons of women, literally tons of women, who've told me stories that they had like a best guy friend for like years. He confessed their feelings to them, and then they rejected him, and from that point forward, it's just like that guy just never wanted to talk to them again, or they weren't necessarily always mean, but they would just be like reactive, calling themselves like dumb and all that stuff. And it's just like, yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, it's interesting, but it can be difficult emotionally processing that thing, especially when men are often told they're lesser because they feel these emotions. Bell Hooks wrote a lot about the emotional mutilation that men put themselves through because society demands it of them. I will say the sheer number of bad stuff my female friends tell me, like most of them have experienced something. Yeah, that's sort of been my experience too. Until I started hanging out with chicks, uh, I didn't actually realize how fucking next level some experiences were. Because as a dude, it just doesn't happen. There's just never a scenario where I reject a girl and like, or like, I never really feel physically or sexually threatened by women for the most part. Like, even if I reject a chick and she takes it horribly, to me, it's just kind of, I feel like I'm like, all right, what a bitch, and then I move on with my life. But I'm not like afraid, and it's very very difficult to put myself in that mindset because it just doesn't exist for me, and it never has. Now, if a big guy, like I don't hang around with a lot of gay guys, so this isn't like a regular issue for me, but if like a big massive man wanted to fuck me and he was like way bigger and stronger than me, like let's say a black belt in like jujitsu, or like some big gay MMA fighter wanted to fuck me and rejected me, and I rejected him, and he got super aggressive and like fucking lunatic and went full lunatic mode. That would probably be pretty goddamn scary. I'm not gonna lie. So I kind of get it if I could twist it from that perspective, but instinctively, just like as a baseline, it's very hard for me to sort of put myself in that mind state, just because it's just not something I deal with. But I understand it from both perspectives. It's human dynamics are interesting. Yeah, but why were they befriending the person to begin with, only to get into a relationship with them? If you're my friend, I'm your friend again, right? That's a complicated one though, Anwa. I feel like that one's complicated because it's like I think for guys, a lot of the time, the emotion of friendship and sexual attraction with women can get entangled very, very easily. And it's hard to split those two. And it's not that you like sort of started the friendship with the intention of necessarily dating them. And it could be, but it could be that you also enjoyed the friendship along the way of trying to be with them. But the aspect of rejection makes it too hard to really continue that because of how intertwined they are. I don't think it's like as just like black and white evil where it's like I'm friends with a woman purely to have sex with this woman. I think like the thing is like the emotions get sort of like entangled into this like weird web, and it becomes really difficult to unentangle that. And I think from the perspective of like the woman, it feels like that. But I think from the perspective of guys, I don't know that it's always like that. And that's not to say that it isn't. Okay, there are guys who are fucking manipulative like skis bags, who will just like say anything to get into a girl's pants. I'm not. I don't want to downplay that, but I don't know that that's every instance of like friend to lover pipeline. You know, I think it's like a weird. It's like, and if you look at it statistically, Anwa, like if you look at like studies that have been done on men with like female friends, men are statistically like way more likely to fall in love with their friend, even if it starts off as platonic. Men are way more likely, on average, to fall in love with their female friends, or I guess their opposite sex friends. Yeah, they're female friends. Fuck it. Than men are, than women are the other way around. And I think that when you look at like relationship dynamics, that plays into it too, right? Because a lot of the times it's like a constant that like guys will sort of be anxious and jealous of like their girlfriends like male friends, whereas the girl is always kind of just like, what do you mean? Like they don't like they're like he's just a friend, you know. But I think it's because like for a lot of women, it's a lot easier to have that separation, whereas with guys, it's not. And I think that's why for guys that's a lot more threatening. I also think that's why sometimes women maybe just don't get the sort of jealousy that guys have because they sort of I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. But I do think it's very intertwined. Friendship and sexual relationship. Snack needs a new passport. Do I? Yeah, I agree with Snack on this one. I love that. Just kidding. There's been times where the closeness of that friendship is what made me attracted to that person in the first place. And often, if you enter with a dynamic, specifically of only wanting a relationship with the person, it can be deeply off putting as well. Sometimes you don't really know why you're interested in the person. It could be for friendship or more for romantic purposes. Yeah, that's the thing. I think like guys can sometimes actually genuinely start off as friends and then that friendship sort of warps over time into love or infatuation or whatever you want to call it, and then it becomes really difficult to unentangle it. And so I don't know that the like I don't think it's like a cartoon villain who's just sitting there plotting, being like, I'm going to step one pretend to be her friend, step two reproduce. I don't think it's that like clear. I think it's very like messy in terms of how you get from one point to another, and there's a little bit of both there. But the outcome, is still like you probably should be a reactive dickhead. And you should recognize that if you're going to let yourself sort of like let that emotion flourish and sort of like indulge in the infatuation and the love for your opposite sex friend, you should recognize that there is a risk of losing that friendship down the line. It's not like it's going to be hard to detach those feelings. And it's not for everybody. I don't think a lot of people are able to detach themselves emotionally like that. Some people are. Quite frankly, I think I am, but I don't think a lot of people are. I don't think that's norm. I don't think that's the norm. I don't think I'm a normal dude, to be quite honest, when it comes to stuff like that. But screw it. We should all just form a global polycule. Maybe it'd be less complicated if everyone was just fucking sucking each other. Yeah, I mean STDs would be pretty popular, but nah. Some people just fall out of love. Ads, by the way. All right, word. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because only you matter at the end of the day, so the friendship's gone because you don't get what you want. Yeah, but what's the alternative, Anwa? Is like what you manage somebody's emotions. You try and manage your own emotions for the sake of somebody that hurts you all the time just to be around. And I don't mean it's their fault. Hollywood ass ads. Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait before we delve into this. I'll wait. I'll wait for you until the end of time, my poly lovers. All right, back to doing the stupid fucking cliffside. Shireen, enjoy your lurk. Sorry I missed your message earlier, by the way, Shireen. I saw you say hi. What's up, big dog? I didn't mean to ignore you. We were just in the thick of it. I was just sort of blasting through messages. Shireen. Okay, how long do we have on these ads? Let's see. What do we got? Okay, the ads are back. You guys are done. You guys are good. All right. What do we got? Pitch and acoustic guitars, very nice, fabulous. We back. I think it's very reasonable to want to leave the friendship for either sides, and staying the friendship in agony and awkwardness or bottling up your feelings for the friendship. I don't think is healthy. Sometimes friendships just fall apart for many reasons. That's sort of my opinion too. I think if you can manage it, it would be much more respectful to the other person. But I don't think you owe other people your sort of your emotional health and state, to be quite honest. It sounds selfish and it might sound like not nice to the other person, and the reality is it's not fair to the other person, okay? But that's those are sort of like those are the laws of the jungle when you get involved romantically, okay? Dating is a risk, and putting yourself out there romantically is a risk. The risks just aren't necessarily even with a stranger that you meet on a dating app and is very there clearly there for the purpose of dating, and a friend that you've known for years. The things that you're risking are a lot higher there, and I think that's sort of that's the downside. um but I don't think it makes you a bad person. I don't think it's like necessarily like a bad. I mean, it's not a great thing. I don't think it's necessarily like an evil thing or anything like that, or like some sort of like abusive thing that it's made out to be. But I recognize that it feels unnecessarily hurtful, especially usually on the woman's side, and it sucks. I don't really know what the solution is though. It's kind of one of those things that comes with the territory of being human. So there's a new law in Belarus for being unemployed. You should pay much more for water and electricity. So I guess I'm looking for a job again. Wish me luck. What the fuck? Life's more expensive when you're poor? Is that what you're saying, dude? That's a fucking fucked up rule. I really don't like the way this went. What kind of law is that? It doesn't surprise me at all, though, to be quite honest. Because like banks do the same shit. It's like I don't keep my money in my bank account. I keep it in like an investment account, and I end up having to pay like fucking 12 or 13 bucks every month because I don't have like a minimum amount of money in my bank account. It's fucking stupid, dude. But the amount of money I make on like investment returns is higher than the actual money I'm burning by keeping in my account. So it's like I'm kind of like fucked, I guess. This is probably still gonna look stupid, but okay. Actually, don't hate these shots. I do hate this one though. Charge the pool so that you can make the wealthy even more wealthy has been the motto for the planet for millennial for a millennia. Yeah, kind of. I do think we're really due for some class warfare, dude. It's coming. It's coming. I feel like it's coming. I feel like there's gonna be some fucking more class warfare as like things are getting worse and worse. We're in like a K-shaped economy where if you're somebody who's got money, you're doing pretty well, and if you're not, you're doing like exponentially worse. I don't know, dude. I think this can only go on so long before it fucking breaks. The amount of people struggling like year over year, like another decade or two of this, and I don't know what's gonna happen. But I've had female friends tell me they would rather turn from friends to lover rather than starting a relationship with love in mind. I feel like the first option has more of a chance of causing problems, but it's just how it is, I guess. Like you mean like they just want to do like a fuck buddy type scenario? Yeah, the one thing I will say, that one's a tough one because I don't know that it always works out. I mean, it takes like very exceptional people that are good at regulating their emotional states to do stuff like that. It's like the law to make people live who evade taxes more expensive. Guys, I gotta piss. All right, we're back. I get that. I just think that the same attitude has a tendency to focus only on shallow attributes as a measure of a relationship rather than the level of depth you might get from a friendship. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. I really don't know what the answer is. I think, You just gotta keep trying and fucking up till you find the person that's right for you. That's the solution here. That's dating 101. Just fucking keep meeting people until eventually something lands. Do you guys think it's awkward to ask for permission to kiss someone before you try to kiss them? That one's a weird one. I that one's a weird one. I don't think I've ever asked for permission ever. You just kind of like read the vibes. But I also feel like, I've also heard stories of like people doing that and then that going horribly wrong and then them like the other person freaking out or whatever and considering it like a form of assault. But I think usually like I think if the vibes are there, like it's so fucking hard to like say. Like I don't know, maybe if I was like more maybe like genuinely like maybe if I was actually like more autistic and I couldn't like read cues like that, then I would probably ask because I just wouldn't know. But I feel like sometimes you just kind of know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to explain. I've definitely read the vibes and got it wrong, which is horrific. But I've read the vibes and got it right, so that felt like magic. I don't think I've ever like read the vibes and got it wrong, but I'm always very, very like cautious, where I'm not gonna make a move unless I am like certain. Like we've like there's been like so many steps before that where I'm like positive, where it's like maybe we flirted by text or we've sort of like already had like a conversation around being interested in each other and now I finally brought you over to my place or whatever. Like those are the scenarios where I will just sort of make an advance. But in the circumstance of like friend, I probably would never make a move. I would probably just awkward. Like even if I'm thinking about it, I probably wouldn't do it. You know, not until like I've had sort of that conversation and I know we are both in the interested category, even if we've never physically like gotten into anything like that. I don't know. Like I think. Are you going to animate? I am. Sorry, I've been fucking yapping. But yeah, I think like yeah, I think there like even if there's no like even if I don't ask, there's been other like cues along the way, right? Maybe we've been on a first date and I'm kissing you at the end of the first date or something like that, right? Like usually there's a way to tell, but I think if you're more autistic and you literally just cannot tell like social cues, then probably ask because you might fuck that up. But I just think in general, like fucking that up is probably not the end of the world, even if they make it out to be. I don't think it's horrible. I'm not doesn't mean go around just kissing everybody on the street and being a fucking lunatic. But if you fumble it once or twice, I really don't know. I don't really know what the fucking social standard is for that. Is that assault? Is that not? It probably depends. Like some person might feel really uncomfortable with that and might make them feel really, really weird. But I don't know. High risk versus high reward, I guess. I don't know. With my girlfriend, we knew each other for 3 days and then suggested dating. We've been together for 6 years. Yeah, there you go. I've definitely been out with a girl on one a few times, then gone, wait, was that supposed to be a date? I think if you have to ask, probably don't make a move. That would be like my sort of motto, I guess. Would be like if you have to question it, don't make an advance, Have that conversation first. Play it safe, be cautious. Um but yeah, I don't think it's the I think if you do it, I don't know. Probably I don't know. That's a complicated one. It's going to be very context specific, I guess. If this is like a person you've known your entire life and you've always only been friends and then out of nowhere you just fucking lay it on them, I don't know. Like maybe that's not the best way to do it. I don't really know, dude. There's been a time where I went on something I thought was a date and I didn't mention anything about a date until we were basically done and going home, and that's why I found out she was a lesbian. Still one of the best dates I've ever had and one of the best friends I've ever had. There you go, dude. Well, I think if you're able to sort of, recover from that, then you're in a good spot. A lot of people can't, so I'm gonna put these on like fives, I think. Oops. Let's make this extend the exposure. Let me put this on fours. Fours. I don't actually usually animate on fours, mostly because it's not how I learned in school. Oh shit, I didn't want to add that many frames. But I want to try it. I know like anime and stuff like that tends to do things on fours and twos and whatever, but I think right now it's like moving a little too dynamically for the timing. Well, you made a great friend and have a great time, and that's what matters at the end of the day. I think so, yeah. I just gotta get sort of the movement of the legs right. How's this moving? That. There was a girl asking me about my love life like a fair bit, so I thought she was trying to hit on me. Turns out she was a lesbian and was suspicious that I was bi and wanted to become gay friends. Very nice. Oh, where are my glasses? And tits. Whatever. The tits can stay away, but the glasses need to come back. Damn, but is her suspicion correct? Oh yeah, dude. Do you not see how Coco hits on me? He's in love. I want this to start growing now. This is going to look very stupid, but it's just sort of just kind of want to rough it out. Okay, kind of get the movement. I gotta just switch it up a little bit. All of this relationship talks make me want to socialize again, even though I stopped being that way forever ago. Why'd you give up, big dog? Huh? If you want it. Okay, this is gonna. I want this to sort of. I need it to arc more. It's not arcing enough. Still not it, but. I think that ties into my anxiety of doing stuff wrong. I have a tendency to ruminate on a lot on relationship stuff, especially when I can't figure out why things end so badly in some cases. I just want to like maybe I should take some me time for a bit. It turns out to be a long bit. Sometimes, honestly, dude, the reality is sometimes in dating, sometimes people just don't want to date you for no reason, you know? And they might have wanted to start dating you for a reason that they were like discovering themselves, and then they realized at the end of it that they just weren't feeling it, and it's not like a thing you should ever take personal. You know, it doesn't change your value as a person or whatever. If people just arbitrarily out of the blue decide that they're not interested in you, it says nothing about you at all. Trust me. Do you have chats with the person afterward? Like ask how they feel. Yeah, get a Yelp review, dude. Give a 5-star rating. Snack called me factory default settings one time because I'm a bisexual woman. I'm so mean, dude. Why would I do that? Factory setting in my mind is like straight. But I was probably making some bisexual joke about bisexual women being saying they're bisexual and then exclusively dating men. I have a bad habit of doing that. Knowing me. And that just stems from me having a lot of women in my life who have told me they're bisexual, but I've never ever seen them ever date a guy or a woman ever. Ever. Like ever. So it's always sort of like been a very like I know it's like not a lie. I know people are bisexual, but it's always just been a like very funny trope to me. Okay, we got these on threes and then one on fives. Do we want it on fives? Yeah, I know that intellectually sometimes it's hard to parse emotionally. Yeah, I get that. In some cases, I've been able to talk to them afterwards. In others, I felt so bad that I just never wanted to speak to them again. I'd just rather figure out myself. One time I talked to someone I hadn't spoken to for like 10 years and it helped me resolve a lot, but I acknowledged I was super lucky to even get back into contact with them. Yeah. I had one girl who pissed me off once, and it's just because she like just fucking didn't answer me. Like I would ask like very direct questions, and then she'd like it'd be like one of those things where it's like I had the vibe that she wasn't interested at all. And I'd be like, and I would just be like, hey, I get the vibe that you aren't interested, and that's totally fine if you're not. Just let me know. And she's like, no, I'm super interested. Let's go on another date or whatever. And then like I'd be like, all right, and then I'd try and talk to her more, and she'd just like keep giving the vibe that she's not interested. And then by the time like it comes around to having the next date, she's like, actually, I'm not interested. Actually, that's not what she said. She was like, actually, I think I realized I just need to take some time for myself and discover what I want and all these. She gave me like that bullshit or whatever. And I was like, that genuinely kind of like pissed me off. I was like, oh my fucking god, dude. I like gave you every out imaginable, and you still just fucking like drag this on longer than it needs to be. It wasn't even the rejection that like annoyed me. It was just like, god damn, dude, just fucking don't do this, bro. Just fucking be real with people. Sometimes people are scared to be alone, I guess. I don't know. We had already gone on a date at that point too. That was like the annoying part. It was like, man, you could just sort of be straight up with me. I think I need to hold this stuff up here a little longer. So then I'm gonna extend this out. I think this we're gonna put on ones. I don't really like the way he's moving, but I do like the timing. I don't hate the timing. I think it could be a little slower actually back here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend these out onto twos. I should probably get a shortcut for this, huh? I think I have one. I can't remember. I can't remember what my shortcut is for this. And then these we'll put on ones. I just need it to be in the background a little longer. One, yeah, that'll be on ones. I think that's why many people date slash marry, not because they like the person, they just don't want to be alone. Might sound very pessimistic, but that's what I genuinely think. I think so too. I think a lot of people, and the thing is, I feel it in myself. Like I'm not somebody who's super like codependent, but I feel the social pressure of having to be in a relationship to not look weird. That's sort of like how I it feels about like that's sort of a pressure I feel. Now I don't really give into that pressure, but it is like a thing I feel for sure. Okay. Okay, I think the timing's pretty decent on this. I don't hate the timing. I gotta fix the fucking mountain in the background though. I just don't really like that too much. As he comes down, this has to get bigger. I like my instinct was that it had to be smaller, but I think it actually has to be way bigger. Just because he's like the mountain, there's more of it that's gonna be showing, you know? Actually, you know what? It has to match his timing. I think it's so much better to be alone than to be with a shitty person. Yeah, for sure, dude. I think, I mean, maybe this is just sort of my childhood upbringing. My parents fucking hated each other, okay? They should have not been together, and they were together for way too long, okay? Their relationship expired before my consciousness even formed, okay? And that's when they got married. And they were just miserable, and you could tell. And they're both like incredibly happy people outside of their relationship now. That's what since they got divorced, and it was like the best thing that could have ever happened to them. But I think the social pressures of being like an early 2000s or 90s like couple, being like divorce was not like socially accepted to the same degree it is now, and like my mental health when they split was a million times better. The only downside was they split when I was 16, so a lot of the damage was kind of done, and I think it kind of fucked with my perception of relationships as a whole, as this sort of like destructive anxiety inducing thing, because that's sort of how I felt like around my parents all the time growing up. This I think needs to be a lot more up top here. Post breakup review is a wild concept. Yeah, it is. You send them a fucking Google questionnaire or something. That'd be awesome. I had a girl do that once on fucking Tinder. I matched with this chick once. She immediately sends me a Google Doc link. And I'm just like, I'm not clicking that. And she was like, she got mad at me for not reading her bio because it was apparently in her bio that she was gonna send me a Google Doc link. And guilty, I guess I didn't read her bio very well. But yeah, I sent it to my buddies because I was like, you guys click it. I don't want to click a fucking mystery link from a strange woman. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen to my computer if I do this. And one of them was game, and they clicked it, and they showed me. They just like screen shared or whatever. It was just like full of mistakes and typos, and there were like weird questions, like how much money you make. It was like the most fucking like. It reminded me so much. You know, like how like red pill dudes try to describe women as like this unrealistic, like dumb bimbo who just cares about how tall you are and how much money you make. Well, this chick's like questionnaire was basically that, and I was like, "Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?" I remember her too. I think she went to like an adjacent high school to mine, and we had like mutual friends, and so I knew of her, and she was certainly the type that matched that description. She's a little tragic, but where are my glasses at, dude? Unfortunately, those kind of women exist. Unfortunately, yeah, for sure. I totally get that. And you can find them in like very interesting areas, like fucking the club scene of Miami, which is where all the red pill guys seem to pluck these women from. But the thing is, it's not. It's I reckon like I have tons of women in my life, so I know that's just like not the norm. But if I was somebody who wasn't like if I only hung out with dudes or I only exclusively had male friends, that shit would fuck with my world perception so hard, dude. I'd be like, what the fuck? It's crazy though. She didn't even. She had like typos in her fucking like questionnaire. I'm like, bro, could you like look any dumber, dude? Oh la la. I'm gonna make this extend by one more frame. Oh, that's why I keep losing my glasses. It's because I keep hitting the number one when I'm trying to type in the new frame, and it changes my settings. Sometimes it do be like that. Toxic men match toxic women. Yeah, kind of. It is interesting how that works. Like some guys I know that have dated the most insane women I've ever met are also quite insane. I had a guy who's like one of my buddies. He like works in kitchens and he's like a constant alcohol. He's like he loves drinking. He's kind of an alcoholic, like bum who just plays video games all day. but I kind of love him just because I've known him for so long. But he is kind of like a trashy dude, and every woman he's ever dated has been a fucking psycho. And he always talks to me. He's like, dude, these chicks are just like crazy, dude. Like, I like this chick is just like he's had like every girl he dates just like fucking like goes bananas and like like will hit him, will like break his shit. I remember one time I had to go over to his place. We were like 17 because his fucking girlfriend was just like he was like actually we would have been like 19 because he was living alone at this point. But his girlfriend was just like smashing his bong and like going ballistic and just like destroying his apartment. And he's outside and he's just like, bro, I love her, dude. I gotta go back there. I'm like, dude, oh my god. I love him though. He's so fucking entertaining. But goddamn, dude. I do think like people like that just sort of like gravitate towards each other. Sounds like someone who has a type. Yeah, he's very into like the manic pixie chicks, you know? The fucking like daddy issue like lunatics. Oh, snack. What up, Sam, man? How you doing, big dog? I think that's how the red pill guys get you. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people for one reason or another who just don't have social experiences that would inform them of the world. And if you're fooled by the facade that these guys put up, then you're gonna stumble down the really bad path. Yeah, and it's like a million times worse after the pandemic because people are just like by like structure of having grown up. Like imagine you're a teenager in your formative years. You're like 15, 16, 17 or whatever, and like society's locked down and you don't see people in person. Okay, and that's sort of when you're starting to get into your like dating life, or discovering dating and all that stuff. And it's like that is a fucked up recipe for a generation of like social nomads who don't want to interact with each other in real life. I don't know. It's like it's kind of sad to me, but I don't really know what to do about it. I'm very, very glad that I lived in a time period where like social media wasn't as prevalent. Like when I was 16, like Facebook was a thing, but like it was nowhere near like the fucking like the degree of like addictive fucking crack filled like attention social manipulation bullshit that it is today, dude. And I'm very glad that I sort of grew up with like in person dating and all that stuff. I really think like I feel so bad for new generations. I turned 18 in 2020 just in time. That's still though, Azalito. That's still like a fucking like weird time to be like discovering adulthood, you know? Like I'm 31, so I had a good decade of like being like a an adult. But it's just fucking yeah, that's wild. Work life is fine, personal life not so much. Damn. Well, that's what everybody's talking about today. Okay, let's see if this works better. No, okay. Well, I can't have it just fucking like melt like that at the end. I really do think it should be on ones. I just fucking. To be honest, 2020 impacted everyone. Working in hospitality at the time made me realize that everyone lost their sense of manners and social shame. I think being locked at home for 2 years made people just stop giving a fuck about each other. So I worked at McDonald's at the time during the pandemic, and I worked at this one McDonald's that basically just was like one of the like fucking pilot McDonald's for like not fuck for serving people during the pandemic. So I was an essential worker. I worked throughout the like pandemic in person, seeing people face to face. It was mostly Uber drivers and shit, but yeah, so like in my case, I fucking worked through the pandemic in person. So I don't really get that. The only aspect I had was I was in college and my college program was all online at that point. But I had already had 2 years of being in person with my friends. So it was just kind of like a little vacation for me because my college was pretty far from where I lived. It was like an hour bus ride every fucking day. And so being able to be at home just my life got a lot better during the pandemic. Okay, I wasn't like I didn't have all the negative shit. That's when I started getting in shape. I started working out. I had so much free time because I wasn't commuting. Yeah, I don't know. It was very good for me, but I recognize how it fucked everybody up. Okay, I do like how it turns there. I don't like how slow it is at the start. I do kind of think I have to have it on ones, but the issue is fucking goddamn, dude. It just looks so bad. We'll figure it out. Pandemic really fucked me up. I was in college at the time, and I went back to my home country, which has like a 15-hour time difference from where my college is at. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, that happened to. I had a friend in my class who ended up having to go home because she was from Korea, and like for those who don't know, I live in Canada, and she would attend our classes like basically when like at like midnight. Like our classes would start at like a fuck time for her, and she tanked that shit, dude, and she was a fucking warrior about it. But man, I just like that's so fucked that like because the pandemic was so new. I don't think the curriculums and the teachers and stuff were like accommodating appropriately. Maybe she could have gotten things a little bit differently. But you know the school had to pivot and basically turn the entire curriculum online on a dime, and that they just were not ready for that transition in the time period. I would definitely record the classes and then send it to her because that's really fucked. That's what the teachers did, but I think it's still difficult to live your life in a different time zone to everybody that you've been friends with for the past like 2 3 years. It's the people don't recognize how fucking damaging that can be. Okay. Shit. I had classes at 3 a.m. to be to be honest. I feel bad for the teachers too. Damn. Yeah, that's wild. Oh shit, Chuck Chan, you raiding little old me? Shit. Welcome in, Chuck. How you doing, big dog? What were you getting up to today? Let's get a shout out for Chuck. I think I gotta do it myself. I don't think any of the mods are here right now. Let me see. Shout out Chuck underscore Chan. You go, big dog. Last category, art. Was you animating, Chuck? How's it going? It's good, dude. I'm trying to squeeze another scene in here. I had this like this sequence here is sort of we've started cleaning up this scene, but I just felt like it didn't hook up properly from the last scene. So we're trying to improve it now. I also just realized I don't have the background on the same fucking time point. Anyways, it's not important. But what were you up to today, dude? Also, Michello, 610, Miciello, you're what up, dog? I gotta actually bring the freaking background over. Is that BG3? Is that the one I want? I think it is. I had to unlock it though. Nope, not BG2. Was drawing some ideas for a sticker. Oh shit, dude. What you want to share? More than welcome to share if you want. And for those who don't know, Chuck Chan does a lot of art here on Twitch. They're fantastic artists with a very interesting style. I really like their style. So if you like art, you like animating, you like all that good stuff, go check out Chuck Chan. Very cool channel. And Chuck, if you want to share anything, or you want to, plug some tweeters or whatever, Instagram, whatever you got. Oh shit, that's dope. I really like that. I got to pull it up on a different illustration. We'll do it. Pull it up over. Whoa, not that one. This is gonna be my dump page. Oh, I don't wanna warp it. I accidentally. Check it out. We got Chuck Chan's pancake sticker. So how would you crop this sticker then? If you crop it, I assume when you crop it with the like thing, it'll be something like this, I guess, for a sticker. That looks like a questionable shape. Maybe not like that. maybe maybe like this. That looks a little bit better, I think, than the shape I had before. Oops. It's dope, dude. I like it. It looks sick. I like the clean look to it. It's very nice. I plan to use fourth wall, and I guess it's automatic. Okay, so the thing just sort of like reads the shape. Well, dope, dude. And I appreciate the rate as always. Yeah, believe so. Okay. I've never made a sticker before. I've debated it, but I never got to it. But hey, man, look, if you got to take off, you got to go eat, you got to go do whatever, do your thing, you know? I appreciate you coming out here. And if, where can people find you if they want to follow you on social media? Feel free to drop some links if you want. Thanks for sharing. No worries. I'd keep it up, but the issue is, because I'm animating, I have to link it to like a layer. It's just kind of a giant pain to. So one last time, guys, go follow Chuck Chan on social media. He'll drop some links. I'm sure. I'm sure he'll drop some links. BG3 unlock. Okay, there you go. That's the right. No, I think it's a little too. Thanks so much, dude. I'm heading off. Have a great stream, everyone. All right, peace, dude. I appreciate you. Everybody, go check out Chuck Chan's Blue Sky, would you? Do a jiggle. Oh, you know it jiggling, dude. You know it jiggling, Jisha. What up, Jay? How you doing? Okay, that's why. This needs to extend out. I need to extend this out too. I don't think this is lined up properly. Let me. Shift it back one, maybe? Still not lined up properly. Okay, I have an idea. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good, dude. I'm chilling. We're just I'm adding a new scene to this. I just gotta retime some stuff so I can do that. I'm trying to figure out what the timing was that I had before. Okay, so it was, this is 3 frames ahead. Got it. Okay. 3 frames ahead. So I got to back it up one more frame. Yes. Yes, now that feels right. Okay, that's fine. Now I need to. I gotta figure out how to make this sort of cliffside work on the fall. I think I can make the fall timing a little bit better. I'm gonna lock BG3 just so I don't fuck with it anymore. But where's BG3? I don't want to accidentally fuck with that last scene. I'm finally back to animating again. I tried making someone regenerating Sakuga style. It's in the server now. Oh hell yeah, dude. Have you ever? There's a shot by Yutaka Nakamura. I can't remember what show it was on, but he definitely has like that sort of like regenerating like animation style. It'd be a good reference. Oh, that's really nice, dude. Oh my god, that's really nice. Very nice, dude. I think it was Blood Battlefront Blockade. Yes, that's it. It's Blood Battlefront Blockade. That's what I was thinking of. Okay. I'm gonna bring this in just because I don't need it to show the whole thing. So, I need a few more frames at the start for him to run off. Boom, 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 boom. I gotta think. I gotta think of how I want the fucking cliff to animate. I'm trying to think. I should start looking at Nakamura's stuff. Yeah, you should, dude. He's very very good at studying because he's really good at simplifying things, and so he can make things feel complex while also making them very simple. And I apply a lot of the stuff that I've learned off of watching his videos, mostly contrast. So like the slow moving character with the fast moving background really helps to sell sort of the dynamicism. Actually, speaking of, I think that's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do. I think this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna shrink this. Yeah, I did it on the right layer. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna trace it. Because I want it to shrink, at least the tip. The peak of the cliff gets farther away as he falls faster. The issue is I don't want to do it too fast. I want him to sort of I want there to be a little bit of a moment of like slow-mo almost where he gets some hang time, you know? So we're going to shrink this a little bit. Hmm. And we don't want it to zip out into the background like that actually. We do want that. Nope. Shrink this a little bit. Make it a little taller. It's going to stay even on the movement. Be right back. Anime time. Do your thing. Guys, we'll be right back. I'm just going to get something to eat. I'm kind of hungry. Give me a second. I'm going to let this loop. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Ugh. Just gonna finish eating real quick. I really like this playlist. It's just one of my daily mixes, but it's a good mix of shit. All right, I'm gonna get some water and then we're back to it. Spilled mustard all over my pants. Fuck. Okay, stop looping. Back to this stupid shot. I do kind of want a little bit of a run up, which means I need to sort of have this. We're just going to have this be more or less in the same position. It's going to be a static hold. these in-betweens need to change. We're gonna have to trace off of this. Salut! What up, Lucas? How you doing, big dog? Welcome in, welcome in. This needs to be bigger and lower. We'll make this a little bit bigger. And then we'll put it down here. Just want to make sure the spacing's working. That is too much. Okay. A little bit bigger. Hey, hey, friends. Oh my god, just like choked on my own spit. What up, Dizzy? Today's a very lock-in stream. Whenever I'm animating, it's hard to like yap the whole stream just because of the amount of focus I need to put in on this. But I shouldn't have mowed 4 lawns while I can't breathe right yet. Why can't you breathe right, dude? Hope stream goes well. I got my water and emergency C crap now. Why'd you mow 4 lawns? Oh, is that your job? You're doing like landscaping or something? I've been sick for like 5 days now. Bro, there's shit going around. I just got over being sick. I still have a little cough, but it's like I don't think that's going away for another week. No, our house and my and a house my parents own. Oh, I see. Okay. They're not giving it to you. They're not giving you a break, even though you're like sick. God damn. God damn. God damn. God. Backyard's my responsibility for sure, since I have to pick up after the dogs anyways, and I usually do the rest of the ones anyways, so I don't pay rent. That's fair. You are sick though, but I get you. A good son. You're a good boy. You're a good boy, Dizzy. Just pay for Netflix, Hulu, the internet, and Amazon for the house. Damn. Teach your family to pirate, bro. My mom just now got a Facebook, and dad usually just watches Boomer YouTube anyways. Yeah, my dad does the same. I think this should like freeze here, and then as this falls, like these should all be just basically the same shot. I'm just gonna hold this. Let's do 5 frames. This is gonna shrink way more and really sort of accelerate up here. Why is the neck so difficult to draw, Snack? I would say look at the insertions and only think about those. Because if you can identify the insertions, right, that's like you basically reduce the complexity of a neck from like 100% guessing to basically like a 10% guessing. Because if you know where the insertion points are, if you know where like if you know it goes to the sternocleidomastoid, you put a dot on the sternocleidomastoid or on the sternum. Sorry, if you know it goes to the sternum, you put a dot on the sternum for both sternocleidomastoids, and then the attachment at the back of the skull, and you just draw a line. Instead of guessing the whole length of that line and where it would go, you just literally draw like a line like this. If this is your skull here or whatever, right? I think that'll help a lot. Oh, the neck's always a pain in the ass to shade. Oh, yeah. I usually just do like a little triangle, something like that. Literally, just simplify it, and then you can do a little bit here, just to show the curvature. If you have a big Adam's apple, you could also maybe just like block that in. Okay. Okay, my arc is like fucked up, but that. We'll leave that. I think that one's fine. That. I don't know why. I always feel like I know the structure of the neck. Maybe not thoroughly enough to understand it, but when I start shading, I always struggle so much for no reason. Are you using reference, Sid? Time to do a little bit of a Pinterest deep dive, I think. I'm using 3D models right now, but it always ends up looking weird. I'll be lurking for a bit. Have a good one. All right, take care, dude. Appreciate you coming out. Like a mannequin? Like, is the neck just like a tube? Is it like smooth or is there detail on it? It's detailed? Huh. Well, if you want to post in critiques, I could go over it real quick. I don't want to do too many critiques today, but I'll run through it in like 5 minutes if you want. Let me upload it real quick. All right. Send me a reference too. It's in critiques now. I'm currently working on the blonde hair guy. What's the reference? The neck doesn't look terrible to me. Ooh. Do you have the reference? Oh, there it is. I see. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think you need to move the head forward. I think that's why it feels weird. The eyes are also sort of front on, but the perspective on the top of the head implies that it's like a looking down pose. Like, because you can see a lot of the top of the head, but the face is like very front on. Whereas this guy, you can see sort of. Notice how on this guy, the reason it feels good is because you've got this sort of concave curve on the top lid. You kind of need that here too, a little bit. Even if he's like sort of neutral eyed. Let me do another layer. You don't have to do it like an extreme amount, but it'll just show it'll sell the perspective more. I also think you should need to bring the eyes down, the brows down. I don't want it to look sad though. Let me. It could just be the brows too, instead of doing like all that. You could sell it by also just curving the bottom here more, and then bring the brows down. Eye direction too. This guy's looking this way. This guy needs to also look that way. Or wherever this guy's looking. I'm going over the face real quick just because I think it's taking away from the angle, but we'll go over the neck in just a second. I think the neck's like fine. You're missing a curvature here, and I think you can't really fit that curve in there just because his neck isn't forward enough. He's too like straight up. You ever seen like military guys? They look like they're very like their heads are very like straight. And I think that's sort of what you got right now is just very like stiff neck guy. And I think if you move the head forward, my guess is it'll create space for you to push the neck back or to add a curvature to the neck to have it be a little bit more relaxed. It'll also feel it. I feel like it'll also create space for the arm to feel like it's wrapping around the head a little bit better. Fuck, dude. Oh my god, my shit's crashing. I'm drawing the second layer of shadow. I was hoping to emphasize the neck structure a bit more. I think you kind of have to go back a little bit before you do that. I'd move the head forward a little bit. Also think you need to maybe close this gap here on the nose. I just don't really know where they're looking. This guy's looking like down. I don't know if the goal is to have them looking the same direction because he's looking like over here. Having them looking in different eye directions, it kind of sort of distracts a little bit. They're looking at a phone. I think this guy would have his eyes way down more. Let's say the phone is here. Or I guess if this guy's holding it, it's like right here, right? If that's his hand holding it here. I do think you need to lower this. I just cropped it for critique. Oh, okay, I gotcha. It's difficult for me to balance between staying on model and perspective and expression. Um, well, okay. If a character's looking down, a rule of thumb is the space between the eyebrows and the top lid is going to shrink. If a character's looking up, it's going to grow. And if the character's neutral, like if you have an eye, I think maybe this is not right. You have an eye like looking up, the curves are going to be curved upwards like this. If the character's looking down, it's going to curve the other way. And the space between the brow and the eye is going to shift a little bit. And if it's neutral, it's just kind of like in between those. But if you're lowering the head, especially if he's looking down, I would sort of have, because the thing is, you've got all these bones in here, right? And these bones have curvatures to them, which is why you're getting that overlap, because the depth of the bone sort of like shortens as he looks down. The issue here is not making him look sad, so I'm gonna just keep it sort of like straight-ish like that, but I'm just gonna lower it a bit. And then eye direction. I'd also point this nose a little bit more angled like that. Just like if you have the angle down like this, like let's say it's flat here, which it is, you kind of want it like imagine a straight horizontal line. If the head's tilted down, the nose is going to have sort of this relationship. If the nose is tilted up, it's going to have this relationship. So you could sell the angle a little bit more with the nose too. Same with the mouth. You see less of the chin from a lower. I think the jaw could come up and the ear could come forward a little bit. I'll tweak the facial structure a little bit. And then the neck, I think you just sort of need a shadow like this. And the sternocleidomastoid would be like here-ish. His hair feels a little big. I'd also switch the curvature sort of on this bag to be in a little bit more and wrapped a little bit more at the bottom. Just so that you get sort of like the feeling that he's like leaning forward a little bit, you know? Right now it doesn't feel like he's leaning forward too much. It feels like there's a weird like bottom up perspective. Like because look how he gets like wider as he goes down. You get this like bottom up perspective, but you're trying to convey a top down pose. This should like narrow as it gets lower, you know? Just a little bit. These subtle little things are really things you got to fight for with perspective. This is fine. This is fine. I do think your neck is like fine though. Just sort of something like that. Anyways, that's probably what I would do is just those little subtle tweaks. So eyebrows lower. slash tighter spacing between top lid. Eye direction. And sort of narrowing torso as it goes away. I really do think moving the head forward will help. Just because right now it looks like he's looking straight ahead. I don't think that it's the neck that's the issue, really. I think it's just that the face doesn't feel like it's going the direction it's supposed to go. So it feels a little weird because his body's looking straight down, but his he's looking straight ahead, like elevated up ahead, like he's looking above the phone. Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, dude. I've shifted some timings around here. The fuck? Why do I see... Ah, I forgot to move this one. Shit. The fuck? Head. Fuck. Anime Jason, how you doing? Welcome in, Anime Jason. Thank you for the follow. I'm not really sure why this... Why does it start here? Why is that... Why is that doing that? I feel like it like glitched. Cat out here doing his best to convert his audience to furries. How you doing, my man? I'm chilling, dog. I'm chilling. Try to get this freaking hookup scene done. The cut isn't fast enough. Shit. How you doing, Grabber? Hookup scene, is Snack finally getting into his NSFW era? Nah. Okay, so this is a funny thing. That's literally just like the term in animation. When you want one scene to link into the other, they call it a hookup. It's always been weird to hear. Even when I worked in the studio, my teachers like, or my supervisor would always just be like, "Yeah, like you need to make the characters hook up," and you'd be like, "Huh?" Well, yeah, they need to hook up because right now they're just that doesn't meet it doesn't work. Oftentimes, when you worked in animation, you had to download the scene of the person who worked on the scene after you as well as the one before, so you could link them up on either side to make sure that your characters were hooked up. But yes, it is called hooking up. Okay, where's the hookup? Right here. Why is it showing? Why does this fucking do that? Oh my god, dude. This like layer is always so fucked. Okay, I'm just gonna move them manually. Why does it do that? Why does it fucking do that? I'm moving it right here. Why does it jump all the way back there? This is for sure just like a bug, dude. What the fuck? Still working on the second comic. Shit don't come easy, but it's hella fulfilling. That's how I feel. The longer and harder, the better, dude. That's what I've always said. Giggity. Fuck you, other layer. Is this? Okay, whatever. One stroke at a time, always. You just shoot your ink all over the page until it becomes beautiful. Part of me feels like I should have it hold just a little longer in between these shots, which is annoying, but whatever. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna insert 2 frames on every layer. Yes, I think that's a cleaner cut. It's not as fast. It gives time to sort of breathe. Yeah, yeah, that works better. Now I just gotta make it more appealing, and I gotta fix the fucking mountain thing. I don't think this should move here. Nope, not on every layer. Hmm. Hey, Dad, what up, beef? Alien dance, alien dance, alien dance, alien dance. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the move. I think this we're gonna basically just emulate like a little camera shake here, I think. I really should just learn to use cameras and clip because this would make my life a lot easier than manually drawing the background or animating it. It's good perspective practice though, I will say. Sorry, I have nothing to say. That's okay, I forgive you. Don't feel too bad. Sometimes I'm tempted to use a lot of easier tools that let you get perspective right very quickly in Clip Studio, but I feel like it would stop me from learning how to do perspective. I don't know if that's true. So, Jadu, the reason I can do perspective is because I've relied on those grids and stuff like that a lot. In college, like one of the things they had us do all the time was draw our grids by hand. So I've drawn like probably hundreds of grids, and I think doing that sort of gives you the perspective as long as you're conscious about how you're doing it. Right? If you just turn your brain off, then yeah, it's a little difficult. But I don't think it's a shortcut. I think it's actually like the gateway into actually understanding it. So I would encourage you to actually sort of use those tools a little bit. I gotta rinse my eye, guys. I just fucking put hot sauce in my eye by accident. I didn't realize I had some on my knuckle. I went to rub my eye, and now I'm a little, little stingy eye. Give me a sec. Ouchie. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. What the fuck? Why the music stop? I think I tapped it with my hand. Oopsies. Flat is back. Oh, you know it. You know it is. I've been watching your streams for 5 months now, and I'm almost halfway to unlocking the ASMR stream. Hard work does pay off. Shit, dude. You should save up for the VIP instead. It's so much better. They got me, Snack. They got me. What? Who got you? I sit there on Lurk just for ASMR shit. Uh huh. I bought stuff because it's Black Friday. Very nice, dude. What does the VIP status even include? Well, you get a cool little badge, and you get to be special in my heart. Otherwise, though, not much. Okay, let's see. Snack, do you ever dread the thought of hopping on to continue the animation grind? No. I think I will say when I first started streaming, I had a lot of anxiety around sort of going live. But I think after I started a schedule, that went away because it just became sort of routine. And the stress of pressing the button disappears. I think when you don't have a schedule, you feel like you have an out by not streaming on a certain day. And I think setting a schedule makes it so that you lose your out, and it can feel more stressful up front because you're like, ah, I have to do this. But if you get into the right mindset, you can basically shut off that anxiety, and then like the routine just sort of sticks. And I think over time, I've slowly detached myself from sort of the idea of like I'm doing this for social media, and I've tried to bond like attach myself more to the idea of doing this to improve my art. And so I welcome the grind at this point, because the reality is when I end stream, I keep going. And you guys are basically just like there to warm me up for like the actual like work I do after stream. No joke, dude. I've never been more ASMR than from this former stoner. Have you gotten the taste of the ASMR before? Dude, I feel like the only reason why I haven't started streaming yet is because the concept of someone watching me draw is actually making my heartbeat unnecessarily hard. Don't worry about it. Nobody cares that much. Like, it's not that important. Like whether you fuck up. I fuck up a lot on stream. I spend like literally like 4 hours straight just drawing like a hand or something like that. I think this second scene also needs a hookup. That's what we are, just a tool to be discarded afterward, just afterwards, just a warm up. That's right. That's right. You're just my warm up. You get me all loose for my real audience, which is no one. How long is this fucking animation, dude? This is like 142 seconds. How long is that? No, it's not 142 seconds. It's like 127 seconds. Or not seconds, sorry. Fucking frames. 127 divided by 24. It's 5.2 seconds. This is a long animation. Really fucking long. Just don't redeem the toxic ASMR boyfriend. He's too good at it. I'd never do it again. I realized how much PTSD I gave everybody in chat when I did that, so I don't think I actually want this to fall off screen. I think I just kind of want it to have like a little bit of a hold here. No, I don't want to play the whole thing through. I just want to see my little sequence here. I think I want the character to hold a little longer. This one we're gonna have hold longer by 2 frames, 4 frames. No, we're gonna do 2 frames, and then we're gonna do the one before for 2 frames also. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we'll extend the one after. Delete 2 frames. Increase 1 frame. Increase 1 frame. Extend everything by 2 frames here. Insert on every frame. insert on every frame. Snack, I just changed the head position. It looks a lot more natural now. Good, good. Typical men. Pfft. All right, ladies. The thing you just critiqued, I mentioned. Yeah, I figured. I figured you weren't talking about my animation. HDMZ, how you doing, big dog? I think I like the timing that I had originally. Do think that it needs to sort of read a little bit stronger here at the end. Yeah, let's just go from here. It feels like it's going back in time a little bit because I have the cliff like pull back so goddamn fast here, you know? If I feel like the way I would fix that is just by having the cliff start pulling back instantly for it to hook up properly. How's the madness? Define madness. Nah. I liked it better before, even if it doesn't really make perfect sense. I do think I need to extend the C note. Do I really have to go full on vast to explain madness? I mean, I know what madness is. I don't know what you're referencing though. If that's a quote, I don't get it. Don't overthink it. Just say all is good. All's good, dude. All's good. No idea what song to request. Damn. Living under you can't handle the pressure, dude. You just gotta think of a song to request. You don't need to request a song. I'm digging this playlist, so no pressure. I won't stop you though. Boom boom satellite it is then. Sure. I'm gonna do a little chest stretch. My chest hurts. Or my sorry, not my chest. My scapula hurts. Avail, how you doing, Avail? Oh, I got a tight pec minor, guys. My small p hurts. You're alright, just alright. Good old pec stretch. All right, I'm gonna chill for 2 seconds before I put my head back down and keep grinding. I want to get a sort of like rotational movement here, like the hands are sort of moving in a circular pattern. Right now, it's still very scribbly. Yeah, I don't like that. It's either the opening or the ending of Boken no Zam D. Huh? Boken no Zammed? Guys, would it be unhealthy if I unfollowed all my friends on Instagram because seeing their happy posts makes me kind of feel a little shitty? Yeah, dude. That would be unhealthy. I think the solution here is just to cut away from Instagram a little bit. If it's bringing you that much negative emotion. Take a break from social media, I beg you. I can tell you why you should not do that. I did that, and doing things I did is automatic cringe. Beware. David's got a point. I've only ever go on Instagram to follow artists I like and look at booba on occasion. What I did is I restarted a brand new Instagram and I don't follow anybody I know on it or have anybody I know on it. I've detached it from like all my personal life because I like the freedom and control I have of just sort of being being liberated, I guess.
Fuck.
Remis F, thank you for the follow.
Fuck.
Commander Farrell, thank you for the follow. What a name, dude. That name rules. I just want less movement in the mountain because it's kind of distracting. I want the character to read a little stronger. I also think this needs to be on one less frame. And I think this needs to be bigger, farther out. Bobard or boobs? What do you mean? Please clarify. Both. It could be both. I know, right, dude? Social media is just gambling addiction, but built a bit different. That's basically every game, app, whatever today. They've all sort of tapped into that fucking gambling, like dopamine, like cycle. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Shit. I keep on seeing alerts to someone getting engaged, and I'm happy for them. But these are people I haven't spoken to in years, so I'm not really gonna reach out to congratulate them because it feels weird, out of place. But I also don't want to be reminded that I'm not in the same life space as them. Dude, I feel like you stress about it a lot. I get it, and I don't know. Maybe we just want different things, but I feel like you're too hard on yourself, bro. You're too hard on yourself. Just keep pushing forward, and it doesn't matter what position you're at in life, you know? The fuck? Probably just some psychological thing to do with Up or something. Like the movie. With a man, get yourself a wife. Stop shopping yourself out, beef. Become a femcel, you're welcome. That's right. Nah, I don't want it to feel so fast. Snacks a performative male, don't fall for that, Jadu. That's right. I do have a mustache right now. Snack, do you have a tape measure nearby? I mean, I do. I kind of. It's not super long. Well, actually, I do. Why? You worry me. You worry me, Damon. Are your calves allowed to drink alcohol? Dude, I don't train my calves. Don't make me measure them, please. Ugh. God damn. I've been rocking a goatee for a little while, and I realize it's probably the best look for me as an adult, or just no facial hair at all. I can't. I'm a white boy. I can't rock a goatee, dude. I just look like a fucking white supremacist. I won't lie. I do feel for white men who naturally go bald. Yeah, that's right. Black dudes can pull off the bald look a lot easier, you know? I will say, if you're a black dude though, and you don't shave your head when you're bald, and you got sort of like that fucking the like Krusty the Clown look, where it's just like this, it's terrifying. Okay, that is like the scariest looking bald shape like pattern ever. So while you can recover from it better and more socially acceptably, the shape when it's grown out is just like white boys can like they could do the comb over. There's a lot of balding looks for the white boys. How'd you make it about race? Well, I'm racist, obviously. I had a goatee and a bald shaved head at a certain point in my life. Damn. How'd that go? Do the World of Warcraft gnome twirly mustaches with oversized goatees? Honestly, if I was going bald, I'd just shave it all off. I don't know why people struggle so hard to keep the little bit they have left. It's identity, bro. It's identity. It's I don't know. I don't want to go bald. My dad's super bald, so that's a big fear of mine. But you know, I'm in my 30s now. I feel like it'd be hitting me a lot harder if it was gonna happen. My uncle had the Krusty the Clown look. Yep. Yeah, it's not a great look. I mean, even like the comb over that like white boys do, that's not fantastic look either, you know, but like if you got the Asmongold thing or whatever, I don't even know what he has, but not a good look. I don't need to see my end loop. I just want to see this loop. Okay. I feel like it sticks. Where does it stick? It sticks right here. Too much. Honestly, if my luck was compared to Aspen Gold, I'd do everything in my power to change that look. Dude lives with roaches, man. Yeah, bro. If I had that money, I would just have like full-time cleaners. I would like you could live like a slob, but like healthily, you know what I mean? Like you're so rich, you could literally just have a butler in like your house cleaning up after you, dude. I could fucking spit on the ground and have somebody clean it up within a minute. You know, that's how much money this guy has. But no, he lives in filth. Was he afraid to call like a fucking maid service? I don't know, whatever, dude. Hmm. They got like the spacing better before. He needs mental health for real. No human truly feels living in such filth. I feel like if you probably don't live your life living any other way, you just don't know what you're missing, you know? No human truly feels good living in such filth. Don't get me wrong, I'm not even the cleanest person on the planet, but I would never allow myself to end up in that peak situation. Yeah, same, dude. I gotta do like a clean, like at least weekly, you know? The problem is he's gone outside and been able to other people's places and he knows there's other options at least. Yeah, I guess. But he's probably he strikes me as somebody who's like fairly comfortable in his ways. Doesn't strike me as the person that makes the biggest life changes, you know? Okay. I gotta like properly draw these guys now. VTuber lovers are so weird. They'd be buying a shit ton of subs for randoms. VTuber lovers? What are you talking about? At least I have dancing emotes for them. I don't know what like you mean like your chat? Are you talking shit about your own audience right now? Mythical Malaki, how you doing? Mythically Malaki, my bad. You know what your name reminds me of? You remind me of Malarkey from fucking Band of Brothers. Malarkey just reminds me of Malarkey. I drew another big titted woman. Very nice, dude. No, Dad. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. It's already in your Discord. Word. I'll take a look in a bit. May I see them titties? Peep the Discord. I'm gonna be so honest. No clue who that is. One of the best characters in Band of Brothers, other than Winters. Something like that. Flofi, how you doing? Damn, everybody's coming out today. It's crazy. When someone gifts you a subs, you get emotes. Oh yeah. I don't really use any emotes like ever. Well, that's not true. I use some. I use some. Snack, how are you? I'm good, Oni. How are you? I love dancing emotes. I know they serve no purpose, but it's fun to see a variety of moving shapes while playing music on a stream. I'll have to add it to the list of emotes I need. Just turn on electricity? What do you mean? I have enough points for the SMR redeem? Oh, fuck. I'm saving up for the gaming stream? Damn, dude. See you in like a year and a half. What game are you gonna make me play? By that point, you can make me play GTA 6. Only 509,000 points left. Where did I set it at? 600,000. You only have 10K. For some reason, I figured you'd have more. Maybe you're redeeming too many titties, you know? This arm's too big here. Need better gestures for these. It's not working. I mean, drawn smash electric station in my area a few days ago. Oh yeah, that sucks, dude. You told me about that, I think. So you got your electricity back just now, then, is what you're saying. That's crazy. How much of stream is left? Do you have enough time to shower and do I? Do you have enough time to shower and come back? Do I? What are you saying? I smell? Probably. I'm probably gonna keep going till like the 5 hour mark, I think. But I have a positive mindset. I read a lot of books. That's the way to do it. That does suck, though, man. That really does suck. I wish I had something better to say. You can go shower, dude. I'll allow it. Squatting cat, what up, squatting cat? How you doing? Oh, we rated you yesterday. How you doing? We were talking about our animation. This is it basically. Let me run it through real quick. Guys, this is traditional artist that we rated yesterday at the end of stream. Good artist. Fantastic. The best. But yeah, so this is what we got so far. Not this. This is the end sequence, then just sort of loops. My cut's a little early at the end there, a little premature. Happens to the best of us, but whatever. We'll adjust the timing in a bit. My cuts are kind of all over the place because I've been fucking with the timing of stuff and all that good stuff. Anyways, how you doing? Oh shit. Just got done with chores. I'm rewarding myself with some apple crisp and ice cream. Damn, a little healthy and unhealthy combo. Very nice. I'm a bit of a pink lady guy myself, or Fuji. I used to be a Honey Crisp fella, but I feel like Honey Crisp over time has lost its quality. I don't know what it is. I just feel like it used to be better back in the day. Maybe I'm tripping though. But as a geriatric old man in his 30s, I remember a day when Honeycrisp was peak, and now I don't know. I don't know what they've done to the formula. They GMO'd it too hard because it don't taste right. I love Pink Lady apples. Hell yeah. Boom, boom, boom. I too acknowledge the Honeycrisp was falling in quality. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. How do you fuck that up? It's like it was so good. It was like the top apple forever. Even like I think like basically after the pandemic, I feel like is when I noticed the big change because it used to be like really good pre-pandemic, like 2017, 18, 19, that era. I vividly remember because I wasn't a big apple guy. And I started eating them then, and they were like the best ones. And then like post 2020, they're just kind of they're not like terrible, but they're just kind of like hit and miss with the quality. I think you know what it is. I bet you anything. Honey Crisps as a brand just got really popular, so tons of people started like selling them, and then a lot of people just basically probably got into cutting corners, and the quality wasn't as good as a consequence. But there's probably a lot more Honey Crisps in circulation now. I would imagine just on name alone, but not necessarily quality. The quality of humans also fell with the pandemic. Too true. Amen, sister. I'm snapping my fingers. You can't hear it because my noise filter, but trust me. Not me though. I'm like freaking awesome or whatever. Pre and post pandemic. The head's a little small here. Why do I choose these angles for myself, dude? I feel like it'd be so much easier for me to just do like normal animation shit, you know? Dude, I feel like the light just switched in my apartment. I live alone, so that's like terrifying. Guys, you know the drill. If I start dying, okay, if you guys hear an axe hit my skull, message toothpaste. Let him know I'm dying and to call an ambulance. He knows my address. Fuck. Yo. I've never had Hennessy before, dude. I probably have, I probably have. I just don't remember. I've never been to a club either, now that I think about it. Go to bars and shit, but never been a big club guy. Don't worry, Hennessy's nice, but hella overrated. It sounds so good though. Rappers make it sound so awesome. I don't know. That made me laugh, dude. The ooh, it's just it's incredible ad lib, dude. Ooh. That ooh's the only reason I know this song. Ooh. Okay. I've never actually listened to Young Ma before. This is like, I mean, I know this song because it's popped up before, but I feel like the only thing I know Young Ma from is from Mr. Robot. That's it. I don't like how chaotic it is. It's like too sporadic. There's too much fucking movement. Right here, I want to like hold. Okay, even that one made her laugh. Yeah, this is like too sporadic to me. I think we're gonna have to slow that down and sort of try and think of. That's the only thing I know of her. By the way, Mr. Robot's a baller series. Honestly, one of the best shows ever made. It's so underrated in my opinion. I don't know why more people don't watch Mr. Robot or have heard of it. I think it's just because it's not like super popular on like streaming services or whatever. Maybe like I think they're bringing it to Netflix. I feel like it'll blow up once it's on Netflix because that's what happened to Breaking Bad. No one ever watched Breaking Bad, and then they put it on Netflix, and it just became like a huge hit. I just watched Ratatouille on repeat. A man of culture, I see. Wasn't Mr. Robot originally on Netflix? No, it's on Prime. Still on Prime. I think they announced that it's coming to Netflix though. What up, Sheev? What's going on? Kajag, same. Okay. I think these should be a little tighter. Okay, I'm back. You all squeaky clean and shit, dude. Get all cleaned up for me, Jadu. Oops. Feeling nice and fresh. Very nice, dude. I could use a shower right now. I'm gonna exercise after stream though, so I'm just gonna wait till I get all stinky and gross, and then I'll shower after that. More stinky and gross than I am now, obviously. Okay, looking a little bit better. I still don't like the movement on the mountain, but whatever. We'll fix that. I want these to hold a little longer, so we're gonna put them on threes. Insert one frame on the whole thing. Insert one frame. Okay, let's see how that works. Yeah, I like that better. See, that's what I did, but I left it way too long. Damn, you stanky, dude. I Let's have this on threes also. I'm trying to experiment with threes a little more. It's a weird thing for me though. I don't normally use threes. And then this is gonna be twos. This needs to be on two. This I feel like it should be on ones. I don't know. I'm torn. I really want it to feel like it's sort of like not sticking at the top, but just sort of like nice and just getting a nice read at the top, you know? Right now, the pan out, like as he zips past here, is too fast, I think. Something like this, probably. Do you think this process would be more fluid if you storyboarded it first? I mean, this is kind of like a storyboard, basically, but like, yeah, probably. I've never actually storyboarded. I didn't expect to actually do as much on this. I think next time I will storyboard it. I do think dynamic scenes though are a little bit they're a little bit tough to storyboard. I'm not very good. Like, I feel like you knowing how to use Blender and shit would be really useful, but Codespace, any good recommendation for animation focused discords for networking, collabs, and sharing work? Ooh, I mean, my Discord, obviously. If a shout out to my Discord. But no, like I think there are some discords for like collabs and stuff. I don't know of any off the top of my head. I'm trying to think of one that used to exist. God, there was one where they used to just like host like stick fights and stuff like that, but I don't recall. I know my Discord, there's a lot of artists in there and there's a lot of people who like to animate. As for collabs, honestly, Codes, you can either collab with a bunch of randos that you just find on the internet because there's tons of people who post about looking for collabs and stuff. The thing is, you're probably going to get very beginner animators, which is fine, but just sort of understand that. The alternative would be networking. Really, just like getting ingratiated into a community, getting like showing up regularly, knowing people, talking to people outside of stream, stuff like that. I think is probably the best way to make friends, to join projects on. Um, yeah, I don't know. I wish I had better advice for you. I went to animation school, and so a lot of my friends I've just known through college and stuff like that. And that seems to be sort of where a lot of my connections come from. But I also haven't done any collabs though, so I don't know if I'm the guy for that. Right now, the issue is the mountain kind of looks like a trampoline. I don't really want that. I'm gonna just tone down the snappiness. Trying to think of the one Ghoulie would talk about that did challenges for animation. I know of one, but it's a bit smaller as far as I'm aware. Reddit's probably a good place to find people, to be quite honest. There are lots of people that post on Reddit. Sorry for drawings. Oh, the challenge was for art. Yeah, okay. I'm not worried. I'll def poke my head in your Discord. I'm new to animation, but I've been doing illustration and character design for years. Okay, well, that's a good place to be. I will tell you, for people who want to learn to animate, the best thing you can do, guys, is focus on getting your draftsmanship up. If you can draw really well, animation is a lot easier to pick up. Okay, you can go from being an illustrator to an animator way faster than you can from being an animator to an illustrator. If you learn the fundamentals of animation and you can animate well, but you can't draw very well or very structurally or understand perspective or anything like that, you can get nice feeling movement, but you'll never get something feeling complete just because you don't have sort of the knowledge and structure to to maintain volumes and proportions. You're basically missing half the equation. But going the other way around, it's a lot easier to pick up animation principles than it is drawing principles. So I would always say focus on draftsmanship before animating. Father, I signed up for an art therapy course. Rate that decision from 1 to 10, please. I don't know how much it cost. Because that's going to impact my mental health for sure. What is art therapy? That's what I'm wondering. I'm just gonna have his head here. He's gonna be looking down. Art therapy is a form of psychotherapy that uses art media as its primary mode of expression and communication to address emotional, mental, and behavioral health issues. An art therapist guides individuals through the creative process to help them explore and communicate difficult feelings, gain self awareness, and work towards personal growth. This can help people of all ages, and it does not require any prior art experience. Right, right. Beef. What's the? Is it like? What's like? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I got no advice. I'm not the therapy guy. Clearly, you've heard my rants on like my experiences with therapy, so I'm not a medical professional either. I would say give it a try. If you like it, keep doing it. If you don't, then don't do it. Don't feel obliged to. I just hate Excel and sales and pressure, and I need to find something new to do in life. Aren't you like a business major? Also, you're a mouse snack. This is true. My life is so easy, dude. I run on my little hamster wheel, mouse wheel, sorry. And life is good from that point on. Ugh, that is an ugly looking shoe. Dude, this like bird noise is like very nostalgic. I don't know, it just makes me think of like summer in Canada. I'm a vet tech, which has nothing to do with art whatsoever, but they balance each other out. Yeah, my job has nothing to do with art at all. I fucking work in like corporate Canada. I literally look at Excel spreadsheets all day. It's depressing, dude. I get it. I can 100% relate to it. I think in my case, I don't know how you feel, Beef. Let me know how you feel about this, but I've always found that when I work jobs that I hate, and I don't mean hate in the sense that like, I'm scared or anxious to go to work. That would be really bad. You don't want that. Like I'm not stressed about going to work. I just don't want to go to work. I'm just kind of like ugh, And it's just cuz my job is very boring. And I find whenever I'm in a situation where my job is very boring, I always find myself way more willing to put energy into sort of creative projects and things outside of work, just because I feel like a strong drive to get myself distanced from that lifestyle. And for me, the most productive I've ever been and creative I've ever been in my life has always been around times where I just didn't like exactly what I did, like for as a job, right? Whether it's working at Subway, McDonald's, or what I do now. And the times I've stopped doing art in my life is when I worked in animation. When I worked in animation for like the few years I did, I got nothing done. I had like a big art hiatus where I just didn't draw ever. And I think it's just you're tapping into a different type of energy. So I think there's a value in having boring jobs that like you don't like. If it really makes you miserable to like a terrible like degree where it's like it's really impacting your mental health, then that's a different story. But I think if you're just bored, there's channel that, and let it be sort of your motivator to do things that give you an escape, and that's sort of what I do, and that's That's why I'm always sort of interested in exploring project and trying on new things, and sort of what got me into streaming, and among other things, obviously, but one of them. Vets commit most of the suicide as out of all fields. Is that true? That's crazy. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's the impact of working with animals. I don't know. When you say draftsmanship, what do you mean? Could you identify that function? Yeah, draftsmanship is just to me is like a catch-all word for just like uh like drawing ability. Like when I say when I say draftsmanship, I think traditionally draftsmanship was things like architecture and like vehicle design and just sort of like I think that's how a lot of people just design in general is how people refer to draftsmanship. When I say draftsmanship though, I just mean art ability. Like your ability to produce appealing drawings that have structure and that have form and that just sort of make sense, right? Like if you're drawing a character, can you do you know what to do with the leg at a certain perspective? Can you take like let's say if you're drawing like a cube, right? Can you take that cube and move it around into different directions? Like can you rotate it in space with minimal effort, right? Like could you I mean this is a dog shit cube, but like could you take this cube, let's say, and make it look like it's falling in space relatively easily? If you could do stuff like that, that's sort of what I mean by draftsmanship. And then like draftsmanship would also incorporate like appealing design. If you can create appealing designs, that also is going to contribute to your draftsmanship. Um, I don't know, like just doing things at different angles or whatever. Let's do one like on its side. And if you could do that with like cubes, then you could start practicing with like cylinders, you know? This is sort of what I mean by draftsmanship. Just sort of understanding 3D space, being able to rotate objects, and then learning appeal. How does one get into appealing design? Appealing design to me is about training your eye mostly, learning to self correct your work, and emulating what already exists. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like there's tons of artists out there that have created appealing designs off of styles that you're interested in. Take what they've done and adapt it to what you want, to what makes you feel appeal. You know, appeal is a very subjective thing. It like what's appealing to me might not necessarily be appealing to you. So that's a bit more of a nuanced answer. There's no like one thing that's appealing. Some people might think that like a scribbly like doodle drawing or animation or whatever is appealing. Some people want like super realistic physics and weight and all that shit. So I don't know. It's appeal is a bigger question to tackle. Structure is a very fundamental one that you kind of need for art in general. Appeal really just sort of comes down to your own tastes. But how do you see the shape? I'm having a problem overlapping shapes. I can't see the dash line behind that shape. What do you mean by that? Like the shape outline? How do you see the shape? I think being able to see appeal comes over time with regular practice and observation. It's like a thing that you sort of I think the way art improvement cycles go through is you try something it looks like shit, and then eventually it doesn't look like shit, but then it looks like shit again, and it's just because your eye's getting better and better at seeing what's like appealing, and your hand isn't like caught up yet to your eye. So your eye is like always sort of a step ahead of your hand. You're trying to draw based off of what your mind's eye can see as what's appealing, but your hand isn't skilled enough to actually output it. And so what happens is you try and try and try until eventually you get to a point where you match that output, but then that eye like, feels like it's developed more and then it can see things a little bit differently, a little bit more clearly. And you're always sort of on that perpetual like treadmill, just chasing your observational abilities. And I think people who are really skilled at drawing have just drawn a lot and they've learned to see things uh, in a way that I don't know, just reads as more appealing than others, and that just sort of comes in time. That's a tough one. I don't really know how to like train that one, other than look at a lot of art, practice a lot of art that you think is beautiful, and try to emulate aspects of those arts across different artists, and sort of mishmash them into something that you think subjectively just sort of hits that spot for you. I don't know. It's a complicated question. If one is in front of the other and the other's behind. Oh, you mean like with the boxes I was doing? Like, how do I sort of draw one box shape and then place another box behind it? Well, it just depends. In this case, because I don't want to erase stuff, I'm just going to put all of my next boxes behind. So this next box is going to be behind. I could draw it in front. Or do you mean like how do you determine the angles and all that stuff? Like this is not like perfect perspective. All of these guys have their own different vanishing points. Let's do an angle like this. Yeah, it's the same one. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I think if what you're saying is like your question is how do I determine what the angle is for each box or whatever? I think if you study, you should look up vanishing points, horizon lines, and boxes basically. And what you'll realize is there's basically there's a horizon line which is either the camera point or the point of it's like the vision point on a scene, right? So if you have a horizon line here, it's more or less where your character's eyes are lined up on a shot. Actually, that's not a good example. It's it's an indicator of how your eyes line up relative to the scene, if that makes sense. So if you're really high up in the scene, the horizon line is going to be a lot lower. And if you're really like low in a scene, it's going to be really high up, and then that's going to determine sort of how the objects are presented. It's a pretty complex question to answer. If I pose my shape in a way that reads in an angle, how do I emulate the second shape in an angle to determine its space? Okay, like how do you do like foreshortening and stuff like that, right? Okay, so there's two ways I think about it. Mostly with overlaps and how much of the object you can see. So let's say I'm drawing an arm. Okay, here's my arm. I'm gonna draw it with basic cylinders here. Here's the like forearm, I don't know, elbow here, whatever, bicep, tricep, okay, wrist. I'm not gonna actually no, I'm not gonna draw the hand. It's just gonna be simpler if I just don't bother, but okay, so here's my forearm. If I want to draw this forearm close up or front on, what I would do is I would basically just think of it as a cylinder. So right now this is a cylinder doing this. And when you rotate these objects in space, they take on certain changes to their shape. So in the case of a cylinder, which is most limbs, okay? When you turn a cylinder to be front on, what happens is this length here, I'm going to do this in red. This length here shortens. So if I'm doing a cylinder front on, that length that I see there, the more I turn it front on, oh, that's a terrible circle. The shorter it gets. So the more it's turning, the shorter that angle gets, to the point where it literally will overlap. Okay, so notice how this red arrow now is a lot smaller. Circle, ellipse. Okay, so the length gets shorter. Now, we can think of the length as sort of like the x-axis. If you think of math, there's like the x-axis, and then there's the y-axis. These are basically the three planes of art. So there's depth, there's height, and then there's width, more or less. And you can think of these as three different planes. And what happens is side planes, if they rotate over to the front plane, they get wider. And if it goes farther away, it gets smaller. So this circle on the front here, we'll do it in blue. So this is one plane here, the red plane. And then as you rotate that, it gets wider on the front plane. But it gets shorter on the width, right? And then you could push that even more. And if you had like perfect overlap, okay, you literally would not see like the red line at all. It would just be like from the front, it would just be like a circle or sphere or whatever. And if you want to sort of indicate a little bit, you can here. Just to make it clear that it's a cylinder. But from the front, it would just be like that. So you're just smushing it even more now. Look how small that red line is. And look how big the blue line gets. And that applies to most features of the face, too. So if you have an eye, right? An eye from the front is going to have a certain width. Let's say I do an eye here. Okay? Just got a random eye. If I want to turn that eye to be more 3/4, the width is going to get shorter. But the height's going to stay relatively the same. So now if I'm turning the eye, it's going to be same height, more or less. So let's say the height is blah, 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 something like that. So the height's going to be the same, but the width is going to shrink. And these relationships on these apexes are also going to sort of stay in the same position. Dash lines are behind you that you don't see. The pose that shapes another term is invisible lines. The dash lines are behind. Oh, like drawing through something. Did you go to Sheridan? That's my little secret. I'm not telling. But so to draw through, like let's say I'm drawing a box, right? Like you're talking about sort of like if I'm drawing a box here, let's just you're talking about the lines that go through the box, right? Like the back of them or whatever. Let me do this a little clearer. Let me do it in red. So you're talking about like these lines in here. How do you visualize those? That comes from practicing drawing a lot, you know? Like all these basic shapes, like the cube, the cylinder, and the sphere are basically they're more or less like what make up everything. And you can think of everything sort of that way. And different variations of that. So if I'm drawing an arm, I'm really thinking of a cylinder, right? And now if I'm drawing this arm from the front, I'm applying everything I learned basically, where everything just gets a little shorter. The width is still sort of the same though. You know, and there's my bicep or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I struggle with when I draw shapes and angles. So to train that, you have to sort of like force yourself to draw through things, essentially. So if you're drawing a character, let's say you find a character that you really like and you want to learn how to draw them, try and break them down into geometric shapes and try to understand their shapes. So if you take let's take a random character I drew recently. No, not these guys. Not these guys. Like I was drawing these guys like last weekend, right? So let's say you take these guys and you want to sort of understand the forms here. You could think of this as sort of having. I just want to make sure I'm not drawing on the wrong layer here. Okay, we'll draw on this layer. You could think of this as just being basically these shapes. I'm gonna make my brush a little bigger, but these are just like this is a cylinder, right? And it's pointing down, so you're not really gonna see the bottom here. But this is a cylinder, and then the knee connects with like a sphere. Okay, and then this from the side here is also another cylinder. And determining the contours or what direction sort of these cylinders turn or curve is really what you need to practice. And you can practice that by looking at a bunch of mannequins, or if you want to use reference, what you could do is also just put lines of tape on yourself. Literally, take tape, put it on your torso or your chest or whatever, or your arm or whatever you're trying to draw, and move that in a mirror and look at what happens at the curve and try to memorize the patterns of the curve. And that's sort of what shows you how these curves relate to one another. Snack, are you stressed at work or are you too good at it? I mean, I'm definitely stressed, but my job is not like. I try to detach myself from my job as much as I can. So, yes, I'm definitely stressed at work and I don't want to go to work. But it's not like I'm not like anxious or anything. I just kind of feel pressure, I guess. I do this when I try to draw bodies, but I suck. Well, it comes with time. I've been drawing a very, very long time. I'm an old man. So it's not gonna happen overnight. You got to give it a time, like years. Beef. The reality is, being a working adult is not fun. People don't. It's not an unpopular opinion to say that people don't like working. If you could find a job that you enjoy more, that would be ideal. But I don't know that it's ever gonna be perfect. I'm not saying enjoy, but work that isn't making me anxious about the risk of making a mistake. Does it make sense? Yeah, if you're in you probably shouldn't feel insane pressure like that. That's probably not appropriate. And then at that point, I would ask myself, is it my employer that's putting that pressure on me, or is it me that's putting that pressure on me? And if it's you, then try to change your mindset a little bit. If it's your employer, I don't know, maybe look for another job or talk to them if you think they're reasonable on something like that. You could be like, hey, you're kind of stressing me the fuck out. But I don't know, dude. That's a tough one. That's a really sort of circumstantial question, I guess. Curves, but how do I determine those curves are correct? It's so challenging to see the stretch of the shape. Okay, well, if let's say if a curve points towards you, it's going to be a certain way, and if it points away from you, it's going to be a certain way. So if let's say I have an arm and it's pointing towards me. So let's say I take a human. Okay. We got a dude here. I'm not gonna draw the whole body. I'm just gonna sort of draw the button up to the knee. Okay. And he's got his arms here. Let's say this front arm comes forward. If you imagine an imaginary sort of wall, like imagine Mr. Mime from Pokemon, just split this guy in half down the middle. Okay? There's an imaginary wall here. Now, if you look at it from the front, if the arm is in front of this wall here, it's going to curve a certain way, and if it's the other way, it's going to curve a different way. Okay? So from the front, that'll look like this. That arm will look like a cylinder doing this. Now, if you take this arm and you move it behind this imaginary wall, it's going to curve differently. And that's going to look different. It's going to look like this, where the curves are inversed. And there are tons of imaginary little walls like this, depending on the position of the character in space. Okay, that sounds complicated, but you're just kind of thinking of the like a what we call a central axis, right? So like a center point on whatever the joint is. Where the fuck was that drawing I was doing earlier? Not that. Not that. Yeah. Like this girl here, her joint's here. I picture this plane here, and the arm is moving away from that plane, and the camera is also above that plane. And so this curve is going to be sort of down like this. Basically, if it's away from you or the person viewing the scene, it's going to have a different curve or angle on it, right? Whereas if this arm was coming up, like this arm is coming towards us, so this curve is going to be like this. This leg is pretty neutral, so it's not really going to be sort of... Should be a little bit more like this. You could also find tons of references where people have drawn human beings with these curves on them, and there are tons of like gestures and poses that you can practice where people are wearing full body suits that just have lines painted on them, and it'll become a lot more obvious to you. Let me see. Mannequin, contour, lines, gesture. There we go. Pinterest. Gesture with contour lines. Try to find an example here. Let's see if I can find something. I can't find it right now, but I know there are people who do like reference packs that have like suits on that basically have these lines painted onto their suits, and it really helps you sort of understand the relationship of these shapes. But it is like one of those things that you just kind of have to practice a lot. This is so confusing. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I think you just need to start doing it and just start practicing boxes and, try and understand the relationship of those objects in space. and you'll get more and more comfortable with it over time. But it is confusing at first, for sure. It's not an intuitive thing to just know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Why I'm just not fond of working as a young woman in marketing, but I like the process. You're smart, man. I have free therapy. Me, I'm not qualified to give you like medical advice, dude. I hate it when Mr. Mime from Pokemon splits me in half. It messes up my Monday. Yeah, exactly. I found one for a hand, if that's it. Probably. Just get a cube and look at it from different angles and just draw it. Yeah, literally. Like, just try and understand what happens to a cube when you move it. Like, there's a pattern here, okay? Like, if I have a cube and I want it to tumble and fall in space, well, there's an arc that happens, okay? So look, if I do this and I have this cube fall in space, there's an arc here. It's probably not super duper obvious, but it exists, right? I'll show you with the blue line. Look at this. See this? See how this just follows through here? And it's the same thing on this side here. It's just a curve. Okay? This just sort of goes to a central point. I mean, if I did it better, it'd be a little clearer, but if you wanted to do like a vanishing point there, but and then if I follow this curve through, well, I could draw a box sort of animating the other way, right? Tumbling this way. So you start to notice all of these little patterns and stuff when you practice doing these things. And then there's other patterns, right? Where it's like if you want to rotate a box, say this way, well, you can follow the curve this way, depending on how you want to rotate it. Now, if I draw the lines here, I'll do it on a different color so it's a little obvious. You know, and depending on how steep that curve is, you're gonna get sort of different relationships and stuff. And once you sort of get to understand these things better, you'll get more comfortable doing it. What am I supposed to be seeing? I need a standard to follow. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. This is exactly what you're gonna do, Raid. And then you need to stop asking and just do it. And anything beyond that, I can't help you, okay? You need to go online. You need to look up how to draw a box in perspective, okay? And then you need to follow that tutorial. It's gonna teach you about horizon lines. It's gonna teach you about vanishing points. And it's going to teach you about, boxes, okay? And you're going to practice drawing these boxes like 50 times, okay? And you're going to draw the vanishing point lines, you're going to draw the horizon lines, you're going to do all this stuff. It's going to be a giant pain in the ass. And then you will eventually practice it without those things, and you'll find it a lot easier, okay? But that's what you got to do. And if you don't want to do that, I can't help you, okay? But most artists have practiced this stuff. Or artists, if there's an artist that you think has good structural understanding, they've done this most likely, okay, or they practiced it in some other way. I practiced it through school, just literally drawing boxes. I think I want this to be a little bit slower on the fall. The fuck? Oh, whoops. That has no past of intravenous substance abuse, right? I mean, I've had surgery where they give me an IV drip, but I don't think that counts. I haven't shot up heroin, if that's what you're asking me right now. All right, guys, it's been about 5 hours. I think it's about time for me to wrap up stream and get the hell out of here. Let's see who we can raid out to. Do we want to do someone new today, or do we want to do someone who we regularly raid? Let's do someone new. Let's do someone new. Bye, Snack. Bye, Sid. In a second here. What's this person doing? Okay. Okay, no mic. That's a no-go. What is this person doing? Stream ending. Okay, well, we're not doing that one. Thanks for the stream, even though I stayed for like 30 minutes. Do you know which video is best? Watch any of them, dude. I don't know. Like, just watch a bunch of them and just practice. Like, the watching the videos is not important. They're all gonna probably explain the concept fairly well, and then you just go in and do it yourself, you know? Watching videos is like 1% of learning. You gotta take, like, you got it. Don't worry, okay? Just believe in yourself, right? Have a little faith. What's this person up to? Ugh, I gotta watch a fucking pre-roll ad. Give me a second here. Okay, no, they don't have a mic. Why don't none of these people have mics, dude? If this person doesn't have a mic, follow or only chat. God damn, dude. Okay, whatever, dude. We're gonna raid this person. I don't know what they're doing, but we're raiding them just because I've looked through too many channels. I'm giving up. Chuck's not online. He raided us earlier. We're gonna raid Gray Wolf. Gray Wow, sorry. Why no mic though? No, this person has a mic. All right, guys. I appreciate you all for coming out. I will catch you tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, and I will see you there. Bye bye.